Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the April 10th meeting. I'm Candace Leidy, HDC staff. We're going to first need to call the workshop to order, and we need a volunteer from the commission to be chair during this beginning half of the meeting due to the chair and both vice chairs being absent from this meeting. Can we get a volunteer? Shauna is volunteering. Okay, we're going to need a motion and a vote as well from probably someone other than Shauna, since she is volunteering to be
What
chair.
are we motioning that she would act as chair?
Act as chair until our chair, Nichelle Hawkins, should be arriving around 2 p.m.
And am I proposing that, or what's my vocabulary?
It would just be making a motion to appoint Commissioner Bell as temporary chair.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Commissioner Bell as temporary chair.
Okay, we got a first and a second. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojak,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Great, the vote passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move towards our first workshop item, which is the cottage court being presented to us by Miles Vaughn, Caroline Forte, and Will Levine. If you guys would like to come up to the table. Yes, thank you.
Ready?
Yes, so we have your slides on the screen, and you can start whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Caroline Fortney. I work for the city of Charlotte. I'm in the real estate division, and we have Miles Vaughn here. He's with Housing and Neighborhood Services. We're here today to get the commission's preliminary feedback on a couple design concepts for a site located in the Wilmore Historic District. Next slide. For context, we will be discussing property on the southwest corner of West Boulevard and Mint Street. The city and Wilmore Neighborhood Association own 4 contiguous parcels here. The city owns 1 and Wilmore owns the other 3. On this site, we are exploring a new residential development with an affordability component. Existing conditions today, there are two-story brick buildings, a parking lot, and a community garden. In both concepts we're presenting today, these buildings would be demolished. Next one. So for the first concept, we have a townhome concept. The footprint of these townhomes are mirrored after some recently built townhomes across the street. They are proposed to be 2 stories along West Boulevard and then 2 stories on Mint Street, stepping down to 1 story as you move away from West Boulevard. You'll also note that there is a community center, some garden beds, and a parking lot tucked behind the units. For reference, this is the townhome concept that we mirrored the footprint of these after. This is built kind of catty corner across West Boulevard at the corner of West Worthington Avenue and West Boulevard. The next concept is a cottage court concept. Like with the townhome concept, these are 2 stories on West Boulevard, 2 stories on Mint Street, and then as you move away from West Boulevard, stepping down to 1 story. Also similarly, there's garden beds, the community center, and a parking lot. Here setbacks and massing were based on existing or nearby characteristics within the Wilmore Historic District. And this is just to kind of show the existing conditions around the property. So this is just a rendering of a cottage court style of development. Next. Again, just kind of examples of a cottage court style development. We don't have elevations at this time. We're kind of in the early stages. So we don't have that, but you know, we understand that that will be a factor in your review. Yep, another precedent. And that's all we have. Miles, did you want to add anything?
Nothing other than the fact that we really will embrace and acknowledge any questions, comments, or thoughts you may have there. We're at a really crude and preliminary stage at this point there. The process is going to entail also entail engaging, of course, the community with regard to which of the two options we actually execute on there, and it'll certainly be an option that will make sure that the community embraces it from their perspectives.
So I think the project is just looking for some non-binding feedback from the commission if they would prefer a townhouse layout or a cottage court layout. And if you do choose like a cottage court layout, is the commission kind of okay with the West Boulevard side being slightly taller, more than 1 story? Along Mint's side, it's going to step down into the neighborhood. So I believe the community center is 1 story. They have the residence next to that labeled as 1 story. These two, how does the commission feel about those height? And this corner property would probably be a little bit in line with what happens down West Boulevard. Also, what is the commission's feeling on these 2 particular structures behind, especially this 1 story? So just some feedback from the commission on how you feel about these plans. Obviously, there's no, these are just renderings. It's just like a plan. There's the size, setbacks, massing, none of that is relevant at this time. It's just mainly about a plan. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. First, your initial introduction, can you tell me again, who owns the property? Who's developing this property?
Yeah, do you want to go back to the one that has the parcel boundaries there, number 3? So I'm going to get up and point. I'll be away. Yeah.
Oh.
So we have the corner here, that is owned by the city. These 2 here are Wilmore Neighborhood Association, and then this one here is owned by the Wilmore Neighborhood Association.
Is there any photographs of the existing structure?
Do you want to go to number 4? We don't have a lot of photographs, but here you can see kind of the rooftops, and then to the right, you can kind of see the brick building. They are kind of a quadruplex style brick 2-story building. One is used currently as a community center, and that's the one on the corner. The other is our apartment units.
And they would be considered historic buildings by our standards? I think.
I believe they would, and I think that there would be also a demolition application presented in with this overarching plan.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are these for sale or for rent units?
It's a for sale.
Are the cottages duplexes also, or are they single residences? The cottage plan?
The cottage plan that we showed are single residences.
Okay,
But I believe they would all be contained on like 1 lot it
Okay.
would be different than the townhome
Um,
in that way.
and then when you say more than one story, does that mean 2 stories or more than 2 stories or?
What we're proposing for both and what we showed today were 2 stories for the most part. And then on the Mint Street side, stepping down to 1 story as you kind of move away from West Boulevard.
Okay, the cottage concept and the illustrations you showed, I mean, those are mostly story and a half, which can be quite different than a true 2-story in how they present. I- As one commissioner, I prefer the cottage concept more than the townhouse concept.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. I saw that there's an easement that runs at the back of those properties, but
Yes.
it says that it's built, you can build on top of it. But how is that gonna work? I mean, it's a water drainage easement, correct?
Yes, it's a storm drainage easement, so it's underground storm drainage.
Okay,
You cannot put buildings on top of that, but we've been advised that you could do things like parking,
Okay.
or roads or driveways, things like that.
okay, so it is buried. And
Yes.
it's catching from different locations and just
That's right.
continues under, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. I like the cottage better than the townhouses. I think that presents itself better with the neighborhood and proportion of the existing houses and scale and spacing and that sort of thing.
The 2 buildings that are behind, like on the, I guess, yes, are those the same height as the ones in front of it on Mint Street?
I think so, yes. We had somebody from the planning department help us with these. I believe those are single story.
This project will be coming before us in a future point where the commission will be able to make more solidified decisions on height. Thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, my 2 cents is that, given that we're not seeing the adjacent properties in relation to the project you're presenting, that, I'm kind of still open to either concept. That project is on West Boulevard, which is a 4-lane road, so I can understand the temptation to build something higher and more dense to respond to that streetscape. But as I said, not knowing the impact on the adjacent residential structures is kind of important for Commissioner.
Do you want to go to the, maybe slide 2 or 8, where it kind of zoom out with the concept? Okay, so I'm gonna get up again. Just for context, up in those white rooftops there, those are the townhomes that we were referring to as like a precedent for the footprint for the townhome concept. Across the street, I believe townhomes of the same developer were approved, so this wooded area adjacent to our site. I think that's a church across the street, and then sort of catty corner, that's the Wilmore School. And I think that y'all have been reviewing some of their design plans as well. And then surrounding, you have more of just the single family, Wilmore style development. Hope that helps.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Is there a big difference in the number of people that can be housed with the different types of structures? Or do they house the same amount of people?
Let's see, this one is showing 19 housing units. And this one is showing 19 as well. We haven't gotten into any detail about like how many units would be contained within each, like total bedrooms, for example. So, but it's relatively the same, I would say, in terms of unit yield.
Thank you.
Any other comments for the applicants? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick announcement before we move on to our next Elizabeth workshop item. We are still having technical difficulties, so this is not being live streamed on YouTube at this time. However, it is being recorded, and we're hoping to get the live stream going shortly. But if we can't, we will be posting this to YouTube later today. Before we turn it over to the Elizabeth applicant, our attorney, Nicole Hewitt, would like to make a statement.
Thank you, Candace. Good afternoon, members of the commission. I just want to provide you guys with some legal guidance as to what your role is in accordance with the law, the UDO, and your rules of procedure, and what your role needs to be at this juncture of the process as well. So just looking at this from an overarching standpoint, under 160D 942, that lists out, that section of the law lists the different powers and duties of a historic preservation, historic district, in your case, commission. One of those powers is to recommend to the city council or the governing board areas that could be designated as historic districts. In other words, you're not making a designation, you would be making a recommendation. At this stage that this project is, your role would be just to review the report that has been submitted and provide either an approval or a denial, depending on whether or not it meets the conditions that the State Historic Preservation Office has provided, which is something that staff reviews for only to see if the report just includes those main points to submit to you. If the board were to move that forward, what that means is it just goes to the state for the state to review, provide commentary in accordance with the law. So again, you're not making any final decisions on this. The law does not allow you to. It only allows you to make recommendations. The other part that I'd like to talk about is more of what the law, as well as what is provided in the UDO, requires any community, which is before that an area is designated as a historic district, an investigation and a report must be completed and submitted to the State Historic Preservation Office. Your rules of procedure, specifically Section 18, which I believe you should have in front of you, establishes the process that communities must follow to initiate that process. A community seeking to establish a new historic district must submit an application and a letter of support and prepare a local historic designation report. Section 18 establishes two different paths for a community to follow to begin that particular process. Under Section 18.1.1, that provides the first path for communities that are located within the jurisdiction of an active neighborhood organization. Section 18.1.2 provides the second path for communities that are either one, a subset of a larger neighborhood, or two, where there is no active neighborhood organization. It's important to note at this point that the City of Charlotte does not designate the boundaries of any given neighborhood. That is a function of a neighborhood, of the neighborhoods themselves, their community members, and their organizations. The rest of Section 18 just details the steps that must be followed, along with the areas where the two different paths provide different requirements for those different types of communities. When the applicants for the Elizabeth project originally submitted their application, there were members of the community both in support and in opposition. Some of the community members in opposition had concerns about the process that the applicants followed to begin their application. These concerns included which path the applicants followed and whether that was followed correctly. Essentially, this is an argument about the interpretation of your rules of procedure. For the commission to be able to resolve any questions about that interpretation, each side, whether that is the applicants, members in support, and members in opposition, must prepare arguments to present to you along with any supporting documentation, maps, pictures, what you would see along with your applications in regular cases that can help you to make that determination. In addition to that, the commission has to read and familiarize themselves with all of the provisions of Section 18, along with the different paths that are established for the different types of communities. Counsel to the board, meaning myself and Ms. Sanchez-Myers, are available to answer any of the commissioners' questions on this matter. But if there are no questions, I will pass it on back to staff. And I believe Candace had to step out. But one thing to consider is also looking at our time. It is 1 o'clock. Our cases are set to start at 1 o'clock. So the commission also has to consider the timing aspect of this, given also the amount of members of the community who would like an opportunity to be heard, and also considering the applicants who have waited and are set in the agenda, who also require an opportunity to be heard as well. Does the commission have any questions about the guidance or any questions about any of what I've mentioned? Yes.
So how do we know if they are acting as a subset in a local district? Does that mean the local district has already been designated? Or is that like another word for a neighborhood?
So just to clarify, and for all the members of the commission who are looking at this, Commissioner Wojcik is referring to 18.1.2, which reads, if the proposed local district is a subset of a larger neighborhood, or there is no active neighborhood organization, then the proponents shall form an ad hoc committee, designate a primary spokesperson, and all members of the ad hoc committee shall sign the letter of support. What that means, or what that appears to mean in the language, it's not asking for a subset of a designated district. It's just asking whether or not is the proposed designation, would it be a part of an active neighborhood organization, or would it be a subset of that, or is there no neighborhood organization that regulates or works with that particular community? So it's not talking about a designated area, it's just talking about the neighborhood.
Okay. So we know that there's a homeowners association or a neighborhood association, but we also know that there's another organization that is presenting this information to us. And if I remember correctly from hearing different things, one of the arguments is that neighborhood association is saying that they're requesting a subset of the neighborhood, not the entire neighborhood. So I feel like, but I don't know if I understood that correctly.
I would say that we need to leave those argument pieces to the applicants as well as whomever wants to speak on that matter.
Okay.
I think as far as answering your first question, how do you know if it is a subset, if it's not? That's part of what I meant with each side of this particular application needs to come prepared to present that argument to you, whether they are, whether they're not, what is it that they're trying to relate to you so that you can make that information, so that you can make that determination.
Okay.
That wouldn't be a determination that you would be able to make without listening to all of the arguments.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. So given everything that Attorney Hewitt said, the time and the number of comments, I wanted to get the pulse of the commissioners to whether we wanted to continue to hear comments or postpone it to the May meeting to give everybody a chance to read through. And this would be, I think, the only thing on our workshop in May.
Would you like staff to give you a little reminder?
Yes.
Okay. Just as a reminder, the Historic Elizabeth Foundation, HENF, was asked to revise and revisit the local designation report. HENF has resubmitted a revised report. Staff has determined the report includes all of the components. However, staff has not reviewed the report for content or accuracy. Once received, the report was made available to the public on Friday, March 29, 2024. When the April agenda went live, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. That said, staff has received requests to defer the matter to the May 8th meeting to give everyone enough time to review the document, prepare comments, and enough time to give the applicant time to submit a list of changes or highlighted changes within the document to be submitted for the May 8th workshop. Thank you.
Thanks for that additional context, Candace. Commissioner Wojcik?
So I feel like based on everything that we've heard so far, one of the factors is whether or not the and I apologize, I don't remember the anonym for it, but that the homeowners association was not supporting the submittal for the historic district. And that specifically says that if there is in the 18.1.1, that if there is an active neighborhood organization, then a letter of support needs to be included with the submittal, and we don't have that. So if we don't have that, then it's like two different entities that are presenting.
But the language in 18.1 also ends with unless the proposed local district is a subset of the larger neighborhood. And I don't feel that we've gotten clarification on that particular.
Really, that's where we kind of need
Yeah.
to focus, because that's gonna determine whether or not we can review it or not. If it's a subset, then potentially we could. If it's not a subset, then it doesn't appear that we can. Is that what everybody else is thinking? I mean, I hate to listen to,
Can we get clarification though, from Attorney Hewitt as it relates to, you want to understand if the definition of a subset is defined by those who have submitted this report?
yeah, because if it's not a subset, then they don't have the documentation. They're not submitting the correct documentation.
So I think that's where we go back to allowing an opportunity for all sides to present their arguments to you. If I remember correctly, and I believe this was in the September workshop, there were some comments, some arguments on behalf of some of the members in opposition, but I don't remember if the members that were either in support or the applicants had an opportunity to speak as to that argument. And I believe Commissioner Walker was mentioning that she did not believe that the commission had received enough information to make that determination.
Okay.
One thing I will add is when you're looking at interpreting the language of your rules, the same way that you would look at interpreting the language of the standards, some of the rules of statutory interpretation require you to look at the words that have been written, and if they're unambiguous, providing them with their common meaning. So looking at a dictionary definition of a subset, that would be a part of a larger group. And so if the commission were to take that into account and say a subset for all intents and purposes carries its common meaning and that's what it means, then that's what you would carry forward as the interpretation of your rules. But unless and until you have had the opportunity to hear all of the arguments, it would be advisable that you lend each side an opportunity to present those arguments to you.
With regards to time today, do we know how many speakers are here? And if we got a 3-minute limit, and see what the math tells us?
I believe that we know of 8 speakers that have previously signed up. However, it seems like we have more in the audience.
Is it a possibility that this could be a separate special meeting called at some future date?
I think that that would be up to the commission and the quorum we would be able to have for that meeting.
I feel like we have to be respectful of the individual applicants that are waiting. And we're already 10 after 1. Seems like we would be going quite a while if we opened this today.
Could we perhaps consider allowing each side 2 or 3 minutes and they can just designate
That would
whoever it
be
is?
fine with me, yes.
So that out of, all due respect for all the effort they made to get here today.
So you would like to ask one person from each side and give them
They
3
can
minutes each?
designate whoever they'd like, right?
Okay.
That would be
Sounds good.
my suggestion.
I, I, I don't. Commissioners, just as one commissioner, given the interest and the attendance here, perhaps I think as Commissioner Bell mentioned, could this be the topic for May's workshop? Where all sides, or both sides, has ample time, number one, to review what has been submitted, and then to respond their position at the May workshop. Any objections to that? It seems that that might be the direction that we would like to take. Should
Well,
we-
do we know if there's been any changes in general since our last meeting?
I believe that was one of the things staff was identifying for the commission, that they had not been able to review the new application, the new report for the content and for any particularities of it, and that it did not, and I'll defer to Candace to make sure that I'm relaying this correctly, but that it did not include any highlighting, any lists, anything that would identify where the changes had been made.
I was actually meaning more between the disparity between the two groups. Has anything changed there?
I think without
Yeah.
us allowing them to speak to that, I don't know that we would get that answer. So
My question is there a summary of if we allowed someone to speak, that we would be able to find that out? If there is, I think.
I saw a lot of head shaking of no in the audience.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, one thing that I'd like to remind members of the commission is that at this juncture, this is not an open forum. So the commission has not opened the floor up for comments from any members that are sitting outside or that are sitting here to speak. And so unless and until the commission opens the floor for any speakers, that members of the community that are here, whether applicants for this particular case, applicants for any other cases, speakers for any other cases, should not raise their voices unless they're recognized by the commission.
Thank you.
Based on the documentation that was submitted to us and the agenda and the letters that are coming in from the neighborhood, there is a very large portion of homeowners that do not want to be included, their neighborhood to be in a historic district. So if that's what Commissioner is asking about, I mean,
I just don't think we're there. I don't think we're there, and I think they need to be able to speak to that. I don't think we're there.
yeah.
Michelle?
Yeah.
Everything we look at, staff has had a chance to review before it comes to us. Why would we not look at something that hasn't been reviewed by staff first? I think they need the time to review it and help us understand it.
I think at this point in the process, typically staff would review the application for its components and not its content or accuracy. We would send it to the state, and I believe the state would be the ones to actually go through that level of detailed staff reporting, because then the state sends back to us, HTC staff, their remarks.
So why would we review something that's not accurate?
At this point, this is a formality to, you've received an application for a local district designation. This is a formality for you to submit a vote for it to go to the state. And then the state would make comments and send it back to us. And then at that point, you're making a formal motion to move forward to a rezoning. So it still has to go through a rezoning before it's even a historic district. So this is just a preliminary move at this stage of the game.
And just to clarify, again, the motion, if at that juncture, the commission feels like what they've received would be sufficient, that motion would not be necessarily to move forward to a rezoning. That would be on the applicants to follow that. The motion would be just to either recommend or not recommend to city council the designation of a new historic district. Again, in line with your legal obligation under 160D, your only duty as it relates to this is either to recommend or not. So you're not directing an application, you're not directing the process, you're just providing a recommendation to city council at the appropriate time. It also sounds like there are various feelings about this. What I would suggest to the commission is if there is a motion to be made, to go ahead and do that so that you can formalize what your next step is going to be, understanding also that at this juncture, it is 118.
So does anybody have a motion, commissioners?
And just to clarify, just because it looks like there's been some confusion, although Chairperson Hawkins has arrived, you would have to sort of vote to rescind the temporary appointment of Chairperson Bell. So at this juncture, Chairperson Bell is the leader of the meeting.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, my only thought is that I think if I were to make a motion, it would be more for clarification of 18.1.1 and 18.1.2, because absent our need to confirm or deny the validity of all of the work that's been done by this group, we're really just here to make a recommendation, and our recommendation, I think, relies solely on understanding the difference between those words in the jurisdiction or as a subset of a neighborhood.
So,
And for me at least, that's where I feel I need understanding.
so you wanted to make a motion to get further
Well,
understanding?
before I make that, I would
Gotcha.
just throw it out does anyone have that same concern?
I agree with Jill.
Is there additional information that's needed for clarification other than what Attorney Hewitt has provided?
Well, Candace said that they presented the documentation at the submittal with the appropriate information. So either the only thing that's in my mind is whether or not this organization is allowed to submit the documentation.
And I believe, and Attorney Hewitt, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the guidance was that in order to make that both parties needed to be able to state their case, correct?
Correct. And again, obviously this isn't a court of law, so these aren't parties or anything to that effect. These are just two sides providing an argument as to how the board is to interpret the rules. And in order for you, it would be my advice to you all that in order for you to make that determination, you would have to listen to the various arguments that are provided by either side or any sides that wish to speak on this. And without being able to hear that, it would be difficult for you to make a decision. It sounds like you want more information. It sounds like you want the ability to hear the speakers. So the question, I believe, as it presents itself at this point is, are you going to open it up for comment today, understanding that you may not be able to allow the same opportunities to everybody to speak, because at a certain point you will need to transition into your agenda, or moving on to the next meeting and placing this as potentially the only item in the workshop and allowing any individuals that are signed up to speak at that moment to be able to make their arguments, understanding also the boundaries of how long they're allowed to speak.
So it sounds like that's the decision point, is either we're opening up comments today or we're moving it to May. And so is there a motion around that?
Well, I vote
So-
for May.
So I'll make a motion that we continue this request for a recommendation on this historic designation process until our next meeting. And at that time, give the applicants, should we specify time limits for the process in a motion?
You can, it's 3 minutes.
Per speaker, but I just mean in total time so that we can understand where the process goes.
I would just add that your workshop runs from 12:30 to 1.
Okay. And that at this next meeting that we keep comments to 1/2 hour total.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker has made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Wojcik, second. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes, the motion passes.
Don't believe
Oh.
Commissioner Walker got a chance to vote.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Great, the motion passes 7-0.
And then before moving forward, if anybody has a motion to reinstate Chairperson Hawkins.
I would like to make a motion to reinstate Commissioner Hawkins as our chair.
Second?
All members of the commission, if your vote is aye. Any nays? It appears the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, and again, welcome to the Charlotte Historic District April 10th meeting. We are live on YouTube. Sorry for the temporary technical difficulties. Commissioner Hawkins, when you're ready, we can open the meeting.
All right.
Yes, you still have quorum.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the April 10th, 2024 meeting. I am Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Commissioner, Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:25 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, and Shauna Bell, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and the staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Chair Hawkins. Our first application is 501 North Poplar Street. This project is revisions to the new construction that was approved on June 14th, 2023. A list of the changes are on the staff memo on page 1. Right here, and then on page 18. At the top of page 1, I'm sorry, on the top of page 18 and the lower half of page 18, right, shows you all of the minor changes, as well as on page 19. So each elevation has a few changes They are pretty minor. Staff did remove the ones that seem larger. This applicant will be coming back to the May 8th meeting for material changes and those other non-consent items. We do have one person submit information via email, which is also considered hearsay. So it will be up to the commission whether or not to take this off consent agenda or just to move forward with staff recommendations of approval. Commissioner Hawkins.
All right, anyone on the line to speak for or against this application?
I do believe we have a couple of unknown callers. Unknown callers, if you are calling for 501 North Poplar, can you please state your name and your remarks? Okay.
And commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Do we have a motion then? Oh, Commissioner Wojcik.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application because it does meet our design standards. Chapters 2 for Secretary of Interior Standards and New Construction for Residential Building, chapter number 6.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 2116 Dilworth Road West, and I believe we have one commissioner that's recusing. Is that correct?
That's me.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor is recusing from this project. This project is revised plans to an already approved accessory structure. The structure was approved at the January 10th, 2024 meeting. Sorry about our technology, slow today. Changes are listed on the first page of the staff memo and can be seen on pages 16 and 17 of the document. And then also on page 16. So basically they're moving in a dormer for the addition to this outdoor pergola on the side of the accessory structure. They're also doing some front egress window on the front elevation and removing the brackets on the rear elevation and changing the design of the pass-through window on the left elevation. Staff recommends approval with conditions that are listed on page 3 of the staff report.
All right. Anyone to speak for or against this application?
We have 4 unknown callers. Callers, if you're calling in about 2116 Dilworth Road West, please state your name and your comments. Hello, caller. Are you calling about 2116 Dilworth Road West?
I am not. I just want to listen in on the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? Right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve this application because the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6, and accessory buildings 8.10. I'd also like to note that it is approved with the conditions outlined on the staff notes on page 3 of the application.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Yes. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 6-0.
Thank you. We are moving on to case number 3.
Let the record show Commissioner Taylor has rejoined.
Thank you. Case number 3 is 29 North Church Street. The proposed is the addition of a metal awning on the 4th floor addition of a historic structure in 4th Ward. The current conditions is a fabric awning, and they would just like to switch it to a metal awning. So that's on page 6, you can see the current fabric awning, and they just want to switch it out for a metal one.
All right.
I think we still have the same 4 unknown callers. Callers, if you're calling for 229 North Street, please state your name and your comments.
Yes, my name is Bill Kazaya. I'm calling about that one.
I'm sorry, can you restate your name?
Bill Kazaya?
Okay, we have the applicant on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, commissioners, any objections to this application remaining on the consent agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to this application because it follows our design guidelines. And I can cite the Secretary Interior Standards. And then numbers 4.5, number 8, 4.17, 4 through 8.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion? Do we need to add chapter 6? Do we have chapter 6?
Residential.
Sure, chapter 6.
Okay.
I think there's plenty in there that covers it.
Okay. And do you accept that, Commissioner Walker? All right. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to consent item number 4, 1901 Thomas Avenue. This project is a 1-story accessory structure in the rear yard on a corner lot. The proposed materials are unpainted brick foundation, standing seam roof, hardy artisan siding, and aluminum clad double hung gelled windows, 6/1 to match the primary residence. On page 11, we have a site plan. On page 12, oops, sorry. On page 12, we have a site section and materials. This project also includes driveway gates to match the staff-approved fence. The gates are to match the fence again. And then we have elevations on page 13.
All right. Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, we have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we approve this application. Project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction of residential buildings, Chapter 6, and accessory buildings, 8.10. And I would like to add the following conditions. Provide tree protection. Request for steel garage door. Traditional materials are typically approved in visible areas. Option for wood or hardy trim. Traditional materials are typically approved in visible areas. Provide specifications for doors and windows for HDC staff to review and probable approval. Provide window detail. Provides staff with final driveway material. Minor changes may be reviewed by HDC staff.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our last consent agenda item is 819 Lenox Avenue. This is a reaffirmation of an approved project that was originally approved in August of 2022. The application submitted for reaffirmation does include conditions that were previously requested. So the applicant did meet the conditions, except for providing the ready permit drawings to be submitted after the reaffirmation. So on page 8, we have a site plan. Of existing and proposed, and then we have existing conditions drawings on pages 12 and 13. And then on pages 17 and 18, we have the proposed drawings. And I believe we have one unknown caller online. Unknown caller, if you're calling for 819 Lenox Avenue, can you please state your name and your comments? Okay.
All right, Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we approve this project because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for porches 4.8 and additions and new construction, Chapter 6. And just make sure that the applicant submits permit-ready drawings to the staff for final review.
Second?
In the conditions of the previously approved project remain into effect.
Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Walker.
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next application is 2000 Patton Avenue. This is an after-the-fact application. I believe the applicant is joining us virtually, and Elizabeth will be presenting this case. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today I'm presenting a new accessory building in the rear yard of 2000 Patton Avenue. This is an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits according to the design standards as if work had not yet occurred. The new accessory building, it first had corrugated metal siding and louvered windows, and it has been altered to replace the siding with new T111 siding with wood corner boards, a metal corrugated roof, and 6/6 aluminum or vinyl double hung windows. Also with a wood door and the doors and windows trimmed out in wood with cinder block piers for a foundation. The proposal includes a 5x5 landing at the front door with a ramp, and then also a 10x10 deck installed at the rear. This landing and deck and ramp have not been installed yet. The proposal also includes a 12x12 awning to be installed on the right elevation. I'll turn it over to the applicant, Mr. Marshall.
Claiborne Marshall, and I'm presenting for 2000 Patton Avenue.
Mr. Marshall, have you been sworn in?
No, ma'am, I have not.
All right, let's do that. Do you affirm, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
There's also one unknown caller on the line. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Marshall. I apologize.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here to make myself available for any questions. I've submitted all information, and I'm here to answer any questions that the commission might have about the proposed projects.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I will start by asking, Mr. Marshall, what style would you say the primary structure is? What style of architectural style is the home?
I'm not quite sure. It's just a ranch home.
Okay. And
Single
then,
story ranch.
thank you. And then from a contextual perspective, where in the neighborhood or in the immediate context are you seeing the accessory building that you are proposing on this lot?
It's in the rear. It's in the rear of the property.
Understood, but nearby properties, do you see that in the near immediate context of this property? Do you see any other accessory buildings that you are kind of pulling inspiration from?
there's a smaller storage structure there that this particular building will help to provide additional storage and a work area for gardening and that type of thing. This is just basically a storage building, and everything will be painted the same color so that everything is coordinated.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Mr. Marshall, can you give us a little bit more information on how the structure sits in relationship to the property lines? The sketch doesn't really help us see setbacks and real how far away it is from your property line.
Okay, it's at the rear corner of the property line. At the very rear corner of the property line, back away from, I believe that's Condon Street right there. The house sits on Patton, the corner of Patton and Condon. And the building is located at the back rear of the property line, facing Condon Street.
Okay. So do you have room? I mean, we need some
Yes.
sort of documentation to know that if the things that you're requesting will actually sit on your lot in a way that meets the guidelines for the setbacks. And I can't tell that from the documentation that you've presented to us. Did you have any other additional information that could help us see and know that the setbacks have been taken into consideration?
I don't have any additional documentation, but it appears that you have pictures that show that the building fits in that area.
Well, we can't see from the pictures where your property line is, and we also can't see the required setbacks, building setbacks from pictures.
And when you say setbacks, what are you referring to?
So the county requires that you position accessory structures within your property, but there are setbacks that you have to meet, typically 4 feet from each property line within your rear yard.
The building sits well within those parameters.
Okay.
So Mr. Marshall, I think what Commissioner Wojcik and the rest of us are looking for, typically when we are reviewing applications, we see the proposed structure or proposed changes. We have a visual of that in conjunction with the entire property itself. So right now, we have a picture, an aerial picture, that we do see the primary structure, but we do not see that in relation to what you're proposing. And so that is what so we need to see the actual measurements to be able to make the determination that it is in fact respecting the setbacks that we are all beholden to. So that's where, what we're accustomed to seeing and what we would need in order to make an informed decision.
So what is it that the commission now needs from me? You need me to get a survey or something?
Typically, we do see surveys, yes, sir. Is it possible, staff, if you could work with Mr. Marshall to help him package and provide the materials that the commission would need in order to better evaluate what's being proposed?
Staff can assist with that, yes.
Okay. All right, yes, Mr. Marshall, and completely understand, this is probably the first, submission. So staff is a huge help to, all of our residents as it relates to submitting applications for, historic district, changes, to their property. So please work with them very closely. They'll guide you in the right direction and how to interpret the standards and to present an application that the commission can, evaluate and decision. Commissioner Walker?
Just a question, should we give the applicant any more information regarding the structure as it stands in terms of the absence of a foundation, precedent for a metal roof, things like that? just to
Absolutely.
Save him time.
I agree. Yes, we should. Let's start with our standards. And we could certainly do that while open, or we could do that in deliberation. I'm completely. Okay, so Mr. Marshall, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna close, and the commission is going to deliberate, and we're gonna provide some guidance via our standards that you can then work with staff to incorporate for the future. Okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're now closed for deliberation. Okay. Commissioner Walker, could you help kick us off?
Sure, I'm not where the guideline needs to be reflecting that, but we would certainly need some sort of foundation on the structure to start with, bottom go up. And that would be 6.12. Number, yeah, that would be better to go there.
Let's make sure we're speaking so Candy can hear us. So yes, starting with 8.10, accessory buildings.
Number 3. Should I read it? Yeah, 8.10, number 3, design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, especially in scale, massing, and other architectural elements. That's it. We don't have to worry about secondary. This is not a prefabricated building.
You can. We can reopen too.
Well, I just think that those words aren't necessarily going to mean something to him.
She can't hear you.
So I was just wondering if we could explain a little bit more what it means to match the architectural character of the existing structure, because Mr. Marshall has a very nice, unique style house that has certain types of trim and certain materials on it. And so, Mr. Marshall, typically what we ask is that the homeowners take some of the design materials and elements that are on their existing house and they match those to the new accessory structure. In terms of window style, materials, you do have some siding on your house currently. You have trim on your house currently. And so typically we ask that those details translate between those two structures. So I just wanted to clarify that so that maybe it might help you with specific decisions.
I have a question for the commission. Elizabeth, if you could go back to the image of what it currently looks like. So typically, when we're looking at accessory structures like a garage or an ADU or anything of that nature, we have the standards in our Section 8. Typically with a storage unit, something small that is prefabbed, we tend to look at those slightly different. So I guess if the commission is okay with the size of the accessory structure, would you want to look at this as a storage unit? Because we would slightly change what we would accept. Typically, when we staff review a storage unit, they're usually under 10 by 12, and they are prefabricated, and they do come with things like vinyl windows and trim. They do usually have this LP lap siding on it. We would ask that to add trim to all of the groove joints and make it a little bit more trimmed up. We can get the fix the trim around the windows. Definitely the foundation needs some work.
Excuse me, if we could keep the conversation to a minimum in the room, thank you.
Thank you. And then what I was going to say is the foundation and the roofing can definitely be addressed. But if you are wholly as a commission looking at this as a storage unit, then we don't need to go into the all of the elements of an accessory structure.
So could you just not approve or work with them directly because of the size of it? Is that
Well,
what
it's
you're?
after the fact and it's on a corner lot.
Okay.
So that's why staff couldn't work with him initially.
Well, where do we, so we normally wouldn't even see a shed, is what you're saying to us?
Correct.
Okay, so there is some leniency because
is
of
some-
the type of,
Yes,
Okay.
typically, do we know what the size of this unit is?
yeah.
14 by 24.
So it's quite a bit larger than we would
Yeah.
normally approve for a shed. But if the commission is willing to look at it as a shed, then we can help the applicant out with with moving it towards a shed. Otherwise, if you feel like it's an accessory structure because of its size, then this might have to completely change and follow the standards for an accessory structure that we typically would see a garage with the siding and such.
What's the typical size of a shed?
I think we've done 12 by 14.
About half.
So the applicant did say that it is a shed. So my thought is, although it is larger than a typical shed, if it's being utilized as storage and a shed, then it's on us to make sure that there's language in our motion that it remains a shed. Because we would apply a wholly different standard
Correct.
if it were an accessory dwelling unit or accessory building.
Correct. They are asking, Elizabeth, if you can go to slide 13 for a deck and I think that's an awning. So you have to take those into consideration too, but definitely put it all into your motion as Chairperson Hawkins said, that it is not to be used as anything else other than a shed, if that's the direction the commission wants to go. Otherwise, we're going to look at a redesign for the whole thing.
Yeah, because our decks on accessory, storage sheds. Okay.
I mean, you would
A
need
deck.
something just because of the elevation,
shed.
but not an outdoor living deck.
It's more of a ramp and a landing than a deck.
On the front.
They're on the back.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
large.
I guess I'm thinking as we talk about precedent, and this is typically larger than what we would say is a shed. And even if we say that you're not using it as anything but a shed, how do we, not necessarily this applicant, but moving forward what does that do for?
Then you'll want to stick to your accessory structure guidelines that Chairperson Wojcik was.
And very quickly, just to clarify for the commission, you don't generally get into use unless the applicant volunteers the use, and you also cannot regulate the use. So any of your motions that, however you ultimately decide on how you're going to go with this, whether you're going to consider it as a shed or whether you're going to consider it as an accessory structure, it cannot contain any mandates on regulating the use of that structure.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. I think that, and this is really for Attorney Hewitt and maybe staff, I think where I'm looking for some guidance is we only have the accessory buildings 8.10. And it doesn't,
So in that case, then you are looking at your accessory structures if that's the direction you're moving. So the siding would need to change, the windows would need to change, the foundation, the roofing, the trim work. So
And also, I'm not even sure that this is gonna fit on the lot as it's being presented either. I mean, with the spacing that it looks like to me, it's gonna be right in the middle of the backyard, which makes it much more intrusive to the side road as well. So I think that that site situation is important.
It's already on the lot, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but we don't have, yes, but we don't have pictures of it like back so we can see where it is. Like there's no relevance to anything around it. Like it just shows it. You can kind of see the neighbor's house. I don't know how you get a 10 by 10 deck behind that thing.
I think it was,
It's on the lot.
I don't know. Yeah, because that's modified and that's still the neighbor's house. That's why I'm saying maybe it's at an angle and we just can't see it. That's why I think the site plan is gonna be important. Okay.
So I get,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
so then, so the applicant could decide that they would go smaller. That would make it a shed and completely just work with staff. But if they want this size, then it would follow the accessory building. Got it.
but I think because it's on a corner lot,
well, staff can do a small shed on a corner lot, that's fine. But a large accessory structure on a corner lot, it would kick it to the full commission.
okay. Okay. All right, commissioners, so let's provide some guidance.
I'll try to load a motion here.
Oh, wait, I had one more question. So there was also a fence proposed. And help me, this is a question and a comment, I guess. I'm reading 8.6, the end of number 4. Front fencing must be a balance of solid and void and cannot be solid fencing. Front yard privacy fences, solid privacy fences, and unpainted or unstalled fences are not allowed. And if I'm looking at this right, it looks like the fence is proposed around the entire property on page 17. Is that what the red line is? Or,
I think that's just designating the rear yard.
oh, got you.
Oh, yeah, that's what it,
Either way is the, oh, sorry, on page 14. The dash line, I guess, is the fence. So is the fence that's proposed on page 15, is that in a line, or I don't know how to say the opposite of incongruous? Not,
It
That
doesn't
fence
appear to
wouldn't be
in
approved.
compliance.
okay.
Yeah. That fence, it's in the staff notes too, that style wouldn't be approved, but they
Okay.
can certainly work with staff.
Okay,
on
got you.
An appropriate
Because staff
fence.
can do fences.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I would like to move that we continue this application and that applicant work with staff regarding the accessory structure standards 8.10 and materials 6.18 and 6.19 to include the windows, the siding, the roofing, the steps and landing. And can someone give me a standard on this fence? 'Cause I know it,
8.6.
number one.
and on the, work with staff on the design of the fence for 8.6.
Number 4.
I'm sorry, what? 8.6.
Number 4.
4.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion?
Did we mention the foundation?
He did not. Good catch.
I guess I didn't see that it's, I mean, since it was an existing structure, I guess that was. I was just wondering, since it's an existing structure and that is the existing foundation, and did we have the
Well,
ability to dictate they change that?
if we're treating this as if it hadn't been done yet. And number 3,
Yeah, that's true.
gets into the design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, especially in scale massing other architectural elements. Any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary, height, footprint, scale massing to the main structure on the site. I feel like foundation is the,
I think that's included in 8.10 inherent.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's covered.
Okay. All right.
I'll second that.
All right. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Be sure to work closely with staff.
Okay, our next application is 800 Woodruff Place. And it looks like our applicant is in the room. Come on up. This project is the addition to a existing accessory structure that faces outside the district. Mr. McKeever, have you been sworn in?
I have at the beginning.
You have? Okay.
I raised my right hand.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Well, once our slides get up, if you'd like to tell me what slide you'd like to start on, then you can make your case to the commission.
Great.
And if you could please state your name for the record for the court reporter.
Great. John McKeever.
And your address, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yep. 800 Woodruff Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
Okay. And let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Yeah, I guess, I think it's three or, let's see, probably 9 would be a great place. Awesome, thanks.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate you guys taking the time to take a look at this project. Just as a kind of quick backstory, we did have the house, we bought the lot previously, I think in 2017, and had the house designed and went through the commission and was approved, I think, late 2018. And so since being there, we have looked at just with kind of an expanding family for some additional space needed. And one of the key things that was at least our kind of focal point on trying to add just a little bit additional space, especially coming out of COVID, was kind of what area could we potentially add to that's really not going to be dramatically visible. Certainly lower to the ground was key. Also kind of placement of any kind of addition where the further we could get it into, I'd kind of call the back corner of the lot was sort of our goal. Also trying to be pretty respectful and mindful of any impermeable surfaces, even if kind of permitted. We kind of liked the area that we ended up selecting, which is adding an addition on the back of our ADU here. That it was kind of, sort of met all those guidelines where it's not going to dramatically stick out. Our corner lot in the Wesley Heights Historic District too, just kind of for reference, is facing the outside of the district. So once you kind of drive down a road, you immediately go into a non-historic district. And so all the houses surrounding it and in the back too, which there are houses outside the district behind us. It's not even visible from there because the houses, even on the street behind us, you can't kind of see into it. So what's nice is you'll see sort of the existing structure there. This is kind of a 3D mock-up. Obviously, it's changed from there. That's not the accurate picture we're trying to get approved, but did kind of provide some sort of 3D concept or context. But what was really nice is that sort of our driveway there, it's almost like a 10 to 15 foot driveway width. That's really the only time you see it because we also have a very large tree that sticks up in front of our ADU. So kind of checked all those boxes for trying to kind of have a minimal impact when thinking about trying to add an addition. You can go on to slide 10. So this is the actual drawings, and I should say too, our architect, Angie Lauer, is also online. So to the extent any kind of specific architectural questions, she can help with that. But this is really where we ended up on the design. Again, the key piece was a couple of things we were trying to incorporate when we looked around the Wesley Heights district was we did see a number of carports. So it kind of met that sort of, modern take on a carport. In addition, we have a number of additions throughout the district that are almost kind of tacked onto the back of the house or look like they're tacked on. We like that it matched, or at least we saw kind of a precedent for that type of addition throughout the neighborhood. But more importantly, it felt as if that it also established that sort of secondary piece to even the ADU. Keep in mind that this ADU is also secondary to the main house. But we like that it kind of kept sort of that tradition of, okay, it gets kind of smaller and smaller, especially when adding on to the back. And then another key piece was the hardy plank that we're proposing for the side. Our entire ADU and house is brick. Obviously, trim is, hardy plank, I think, throughout the house on the trim pieces. But again, trying to achieve that sort of secondary nature where you can tell that this was an addition and is not part of the primary home. So if you want to go on to the next slide. Again, this is just kind of a context of the house itself. One thing that we thought was helpful on the ADU, still also sitting almost 10 feet below grade because our driveway is underneath there. It's already secondary. And then this addition itself, we kind of brought in a couple inches on either side, as well as we're not hitting the main roof line, 6 inches down from that. So trying to, again, kind of bring that into a smaller piece. Then on slide 13 and 14, that's just a visual where probably I'd say this is the main corner that you really see our house, and you just can't even see the garage from there. Certainly on slide 14, as you kind of come around the corner, if you just go to the next slide. Yep, that's where you can start to sort of see, that yellow circle sort of represents where that addition would be. That's where you can start to see the addition. And then, like I mentioned, probably about 10 feet after that, you're outside of the historic district. I'll probably hit on the next slide, and slide 16, actually. These are just some of the carports we saw throughout the neighborhood. 17, one thing we want, I think this had come up too on kind of building structure. I will say just because of this ADU and a cantilever design, I actually spend more time with the engineers first, because if we couldn't find a path there, well, honestly, wouldn't come before you guys to have this conversation. And we got pretty lucky that based on where our floor joists run too, that we are able to get steel beams put in there. So these are some drawings. Obviously, these are hand drawings by the engineer, nothing official or engineered yet, but we met with them a couple of times to talk through how would this work, and they are able to tie the steel beams into the existing LVL that sits in our garage. I believe there's 4 helical piers that will be needed, because really, obviously, that LVL was meant to carry the load of the apartment above it, not really, hold down sort of the weight of an addition on the back. So the piers almost, I think, will go into the ground in the garage. They won't be exposed outside, but really almost holding the LVL down so that doesn't, obviously move upwards. So they worked on that. And so I think it actually, we wouldn't even need to touch the apartment above to do the addition, which was great news. Slide 18 just kind of shows while we were building the ADU, just some of those pictures in that LVL I was talking about. The stars there that I added, that's kind of where they were thinking that they're going to tie those steel beams into. So just trying to show what that might look like on the inside. And then kind of moving on, one thing to note, I did have Duke Power come out on slide 20 there, next slide, and we did include their specs because we do have power lines that run through it in the back of the property. So we actually can't be 5 feet from that property line. We have to be 7.5. So we drew that to make sure that we were in line with Duke after we had them come out to make sure that that would pass. And then I'd say probably some of the rest of the slides, they're really just kind of showing some of the context. For me personally, a lot of this going through the standard was just important, where it's kind of my own sanity check on, do we feel like we meet this? Do we feel like we're achieving kind of the standards to make sure that, this would fit within the context of the neighborhood? And so I included those. I'm just looking at any of my other comments. A couple of things just to call out. It is a 10 by 27 foot addition. It is, I think the square footage ends up being about 36% of the existing ADU. So it's interesting where it is below 50%, but I know because it's visible in the corner, that's why it's got to come before the commission for approval. And then I would probably just say the last thing is, the overall kind of window structures. There is a balcony there. We really pulled from the house, just thinking through the fenestration and how this kind of matches, that we would use similar railings that we have on the house, even kind of window placements and sort of breaking up large spans of the walls and whatnot. We wanted to follow some other windows that we had in the house and kind of follow that through. So it was tied together, but still looked like an addition. So I won't keep going through all the slides. I mean, we have everything there. Don't want to take your time, but certainly happy to open up for any questions.
Candace, do we have anybody to speak for or against this application?
We do have the architect online as well as one unknown caller.
Okay.
Unknown caller, if you're calling in for project 800 Woodruff Place, could you please state your name and your comments? Okay. Angie, did you have anything to add?
Hey, first of all, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. And I don't have visual for some reason. You're not able to see me. I'll try to get online visually for the next couple of meetings, but I just wanted to add two things. One, there was slide 18, which actually is a great representation of what he'd be looking at and what this addition is for. So if you look at slide 18, you can actually see the houses behind that are not within the district. And I think that was, that's kind of an important, yes?
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can you confirm whether or not you've been sworn in?
I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So slide 18, I think is kind of an important feature here, because what you're looking at is what their view would be. And I know it's, outside the district, but I just wanted to make that point. Secondly, I think the idea of the cantilever, as John mentioned, was just struck home. We don't want to go down. We can't go down. We can't go back. And so it was a creative way to gain that square footage or that extra use after, post-COVID of, the work from home, stay at home element. And slide 10 is an indicator of that. There's a complete set of drawings, if you guys have any questions, a little bit further in the package, but the Hardie materials, it would be the Hardie Artisan board. The trim would be wood trim as he has on his house. I believe he said that might be Hardie or Miratech, but all the materials would match. The only thing they don't have is the Hardie Artisan. And so that's what you're looking at as far as the extended materials to also fit within, having it look, like the addition, not necessarily like the house. But the taking cues from the balconies, the details, the trim, the roofing, the boxing. So if you go a little bit further down in the slides, Candace or Marilyn, you'll see the components of the build are well thought out and very well engineered. We have worked extensively with the engineer to make sure that this proposed will work, and it will. But that's it. Thank you.
All right. Question around the addition, where is it tying in? Where in the ridge line is that addition tying in?
So if you can zoom in on slide 31, in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see that the shed dormer and the gable that we're proposing is lower than the ridge. So the existing accessory dwelling the ridge sits higher, and we had to, carefully plan this so that we weren't any taller than the existing ridge. So it's 6 inches lower.
Okay.
And both ways. So just to point this out, so you have a cross gable on the back, and then you have the shed dormer. So the sheds are actually 6 inches less than the gable. So if you can just see that extended line in the opposite direction. So if you look at the rear elevation of this, next slide 32, you'll also see that the sheds are lower than the back gable. So everything sits subordinate as it layers down.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question. I can't find where I can see the overall width of this structure as it faces the street, just to try to get an understanding of its secondary nature to the main structure. I guess the width and the height are the only factors that matter.
Sure. So the survey, I believe, is in there, slide 30. And we do have dimensions on the floor plans, which we did provide. So the addition to the back, which is the cantilever, has to stay structural load bearing from end to end. While it is brick veneer, we're tying in from stud to stud. So it's already inherently, 4 inches less in width. But structurally, we have to tie in order for this to work. So Jill, to answer your question about the width, it's in the floor plans that are provided, which is slide 33 and 34.
Yep, I was going to add, it sticks out at about 10 feet from the back that you'd see that from the road. Is the width of the addition looking from the driveway on is 10
Oh, I
feet.
just mean the overall width of the structure now with the addition. So it's whatever the original structure is plus 10 feet, but I don't know what that is.
It's on slide 33.
35
No, slide
feet.
33.
And then the house is what?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, this is just for clarification in terms of
Sure.
its secondary nature to the main structure, that's all.
Look at the survey, please, slide 31. So you could see that the foundation of the house is twice as wide as the garage.
No.
So just the rear patio, their porch on the back is 34 feet. And it's less than 34 feet for sure, but that, if that's what you're asking, left
No,
to
the width
right.
of the front house.
It's probably,
So if you're standing on the street and you're looking at your house and you're looking at the accessory structure, all I want to know is the width of the house as it relates to the width of the accessory structure.
So 34, 36.
And I couldn't find that. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Well, I would have to add all those dimensions, Jill, but it's
51 feet, just over 51 feet wide of the, just staying up here. This piece here is 50. The garage is 25, so it's almost exactly half.
It's 27. The
27,
garage is
okay, so it's a
27.
little over half. And then you also wanted to know the depth, right?
No, just the width of the
It's
front
51
of the
feet
house and the
wide.
front of the structure.
All right.
So, yeah, very creative. I was just wondering, is there any other examples of a cantilever of this nature in that neighborhood?
Yes, there was, I know we provided a couple carports, but then the actual cantilever design, let's see here. It's, on slide, I think 25. So these are some examples. Let's say the one in the top right, which is very visible on 4th Street. They did put some decking below it. I don't know if the supports there are actual cantilever out. But it's kind of the idea of, I would say, structure sticking out from behind the house, whether cantilever or support exactly on the build. I'm not sure without, looking at it further, but that was really what tied us in, is sort of that secondary nature of things kind of attached to the back. Obviously ours is cantilevered because it has to be because of the driveway, but that's where it fit in, where you can kind of see the brick, and then you have sort of this add-on addition on the back, whether cantilevered or supported by, a pole or structure. I'm not exactly sure unless we looked at each one more closely.
Anything more resembling what you're planning to do?
Those actually were the inspiration design, so that's as close as we got, because that's how we designed it from there. But I will tell you, I would love to have gone all the way to the edge of the property, couldn't because of power lines, couldn't because of the driveway and restrictions. But the key to being that, similar to some of these structures were kind of hard to see in the back. I'd say even ours is even more so difficult to see when it's kind of lower below grade and at the back of the property. But
And the rear yard setback from everything is with the addition, considering that are we still in compliance?
yeah, it's 7.5 feet. I think with an ADU, I could go to 5, but because the power lines with Duke, I got to be
Is
7.
that to the eave or is that to the?
That is to the foundation.
Okay,
Well, since this doesn't necessarily have a foundation.
right.
So
Right.
It is to the very last piece. I know, because they would count the eave, right?
Oh.
They'd say for 7.5 feet. So yes, it's to be compliant where to the eave, it's 7.5 feet to the power lines, which is also on my property line, or right over my property line.
Hey, Scott, Angie here again, sorry. To answer your question, if there's any other similar projects like this in the district, one of the things is, this house has gone through, it was a project for the historic district when John bought it, and they successfully gone through. So the house is kind of a unique house in itself. Has been approved, has a lot of unique features: the fireplace, the brick, the detailing, the coursing, the overhangs, the balconies, the balconettes. So it has some really unique features already. And we felt that, that you see the curve on the dormer, the engaged dormers, and it was just another aspect of that that added to this particular house. And again, keep in mind that it does back up to that view on slide 18. So the real impact is as you're driving down the side street and what you would see. Because again, if this was not on a corner lot, it was in the back, it probably could have been staff approved, being no taller, wider, bigger than 50%. So keep that in mind too, as you guys, deliberate through this. But I think the key component is its uniqueness to itself, as the house is unique, also with features.
Yeah, it's going to be that house.
Yes, the blue, is that what you're talking about? The blue house that you see?
Thank you.
One other thing, if you go back to slide 31, I thought what's interesting about sorry, I went too far. I guess if you scroll back up on those examples we were just looking at, 25, thanks. There's one example here. I think there's this one here, we try to show, obviously, like many of the historic districts, very long, narrow lots. And what I started to see as well, especially with an ADU garage, is that a lot of folks, and these are obviously, HDC recently approved, but especially this bottom right one there, often they would kind of add a room or structure such that you have the parking and a room in the front. So it's almost sort of that longer version of a garage that typically is approved, I think, because it fits well in those sort of long, skinny lots. And so that was also, I think, part of the inspiration where, okay, we're kind of almost mirroring some of these other ADUs that we see throughout the neighborhood, where it's, almost like two sort of rooms elongated. Obviously, that's not how ours originally was, a square. Now this with the cantilever is kind of, I think, fitting a little bit more in line with some of the other ADUs we saw.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, Ms. Lauer. It's Heather, Commissioner Wojcik, sorry. Did you guys explore any other materials for the addition other than the siding at any point?
As far as masonry?
Stucco?
We had not, but it is, having discussions with John, I'm sure we can possibly come up with another alternative material. It does add an additional weight.
That's
But
what I was wondering.
yeah,
From a weight standpoint, okay.
I guess we went with the least intrusive, the most creative, and something that would, feel like it blended with the neighborhood too.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you.
And I'd just maybe add the premise on some of those other things that we saw throughout the neighborhood were all like brick and siding. Not that we had to follow that, but that's kind of what we had kind of inspired us for that.
All right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
If I may add one more thing, anything that's minimal that can be resolved with staff, material, doors, windows, railings, details that we know are going to match the existing house, that documentation can also be provided to staff.
Angie knows the drill. Thank you. All right, let's close for deliberation. As one commissioner, I will say, I think somebody else said, I think it's very creative, tastefully done. It does face the rear of the property. The question around the ridge, where it ties into the existing ridge, was answered, 6 inches. So commissioners, other thoughts? Comments?
Yeah, I think it is a unique house and it does blend with the architecture that's there. Doesn't stand out as incompatible with the house.
Agreed. I see heads nodding.
I think the terrain of the lot helps tremendously just to tuck it back in there. You couldn't ask for something to make it more favorable on that end, and I think it actually adds dimensions and to the existing structure without without screaming it from the street, because it's tucked back in there.
Mhm. All right. So commissioners, do we have a motion? I see that in the staff notes, there were quite a few things that we would need our staff would need some details on. But apart from that, do we think we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve this application as it meets our design standards for accessory buildings 8.10 and new construction for residential additions 6.20 through 6.24. With the following comments, we would like for the applicant to work with staff on materials and provide window and trim details and dimensions, and metal railing details.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wheat. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Votes to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, commissioners.
Can we take a break?
Yes, do we want to take a break for 15 minutes?
How long?
15, however long the commission would like.
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. Thank you.
Oh. You're good. Do you-
Just because of tree roots?
Mhm.
I think it-
Welcome back to the April 10th HDC meeting. Our next application is 729
Sorry.
Berkeley Avenue. And I believe the applicants are in the room. This project is the replacement of the existing front porch and the replacement of the existing concrete walkway. If you could say your name and address and if you've been sworn in.
Could you please turn on the microphone?
Thank you.
Christopher Brown, 729 Berkeley Ave, Charlotte, NC, 28203. I have not been sworn in.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, if you'd like to tell me what page slide you'd like to start on and you can present to the commission, please take the mic if you plan to move around.
Okay. Yeah, well, page 7. So these are the current conditions of our home. So you can see this is just what you can see from our porch and our stairs and the front walkway. And you can see some of the damage on this front picture here of our front walkway. And then if you'd go, these are just images of what you can see of our house from the street view. And this is where we get into the damage of what we'd like to be replaced. So you can see the foundation wall is separating from our front porch. There's lots of foundational cracks in that front porch as well as in our concrete walkway. And so these are some proposed designs that we would like. So when we would like to replace the foundation of our porch so that it's structurally sound. And when doing so, we would like to replace the broken terracotta with a basket brick pattern. And then for the walkway, replacing the broken cement with a brick walkway that is also in a basket weave brick pattern.
Do you mind, can you go back up to this slide up here? This one right here, the cat, yeah. So you can't really see it. I wish we had a side, didn't we have a side picture from Lafayette looking in?
No. You have to sit here and use the mic.
You don't have to sit, you can take the microphone, it's wireless, but just make sure that you take it so that the court reporter can hear you, but also folks that are online.
All right, so I wish we had a side shot of from Lafayette. Yeah, maybe there's some we added. Yeah, it's not, there it is right there. So this, from this corner to the other corner of the house and our neighbors, the wall is like leaning out, like probably 4 or 5 inches in some places. So it's like the whole thing is failing. It's leaning in. The house is 100 years old, hadn't been repaired. And I mean, that wall might be original, but it is, I mean, it's almost dangerous and there's deep cracks in it. Some of the cracks in the terracotta, like this is a major tripping hazard. Like we've got young children, 4 and 2, we've got elderly parents, and this is, it doesn't look as bad in the pictures as it really is. But you know, we have,
I think in the picture in the top left corner is our attempt to show you, it is very hard to capture it in images because of the shrubbery that's in front of the wall, but where you can see that it is, you know, pulling away from the house. And it is doing that along that whole front wall that runs across the entire front of our house.
and we've had several, about 4 different really qualified brick masons, including Larry McGee, come by and do kind of a full proposal and workup of everything. And, you know, a lot of these old homes, I mean, y'all know better than us, but there may not have been like a cement footing poured underneath this original brick wall. So the wall is failing. I think a lot of water over the years, and it's bad. I mean, the gentleman we bought the home from in 2021 lived there for 40 years. it almost didn't fix any of this stuff. You know, we bought the home, we're like, that's gonna be a big problem one day, you know. It's very, very expensive to repair this. And we were gonna just go with staff approval. You know, in June, we were told we could do a brick bond pattern to you know, get that in motion. And then, you know, with the additional porch and changing the pattern from the broken triangular terracotta to a basket weave brick like many of our neighbors have, you know, we were told we had to go in front of historic and get permission. So that's kind of where we are. You know, we put in the application in November, here we are. And we're definitely motivated and excited to get it done and, you know, restore the home in a really nice way. We love our home. We're very proud, and we're gonna do it right. You know, we're not gonna cut any corners or do anything shady. So here to ask for permission.
Yeah. And so if you see, on slide 14 and 15, so our neighbor just down the street at 826 Berkeley Ave, they have that exact, you know, what we're proposing to, and theirs looks, you know, original to their structure. So it's that brick porch with that basket weave pattern.
That's a corner lot as well. Our house, we've been told, I don't know if it's true or not, but that the elevation of our home is one of the highest in Dilworth. So if you look at our house, if you're standing on Berkeley and you look up at our house, you cannot see the face at all of that porch. You can see the path to the porch and you can see the stairs, but you cannot see what's up there. So, you know, our family and friends and the mailman is going to be able to see what's up there, right? It's not like you can walk up to the house and see what's on the porch. I also have talked to a lot of brick masons and they're like, the triangular terracotta stuff is a manual job. You break that stuff up manually. And I've asked the historic board, you know, for residences where they've put back the triangular brick pattern, right? The terracotta. And it seems I can't get an answer as to who's done that recently, you know, instead of doing something like we'd like to do. So.
All right.
Okay, we have one unknown caller online. Unknown caller, if you're calling about 729 Berkeley Avenue, can you please state your name and your comments? Okay, Chair Hawkins.
So do you know if what the original materials were for the walkway and porch that you're looking to repair?
I don't think in 1925, I don't think anyone has any data from 1925. We've tried. I really have tried. You know, the gentleman I bought the home from, his name was Carl Johnson. The original builder was another Carl. And I mean, he really went back in time and we've tried because I wanted to be able to present that. But I mean, this stuff might've been put in the 50s or so. I don't know. I mean, I don't know when they did that, you know?
Okay.
I don't think anyone knows when they did that.
So as best we know, this is what material is or was there.
Potentially.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Wojcik?
If the brick replacement is approved, are you willing to work with staff on coloration and sizing and such to make sure that it is?
So we've been to Pine Hall Brick. We've done all that. I've got a.
Yes,
I wish
we are willing to work with the staff.
Yeah,
That's our answer.
it matches very nice.
Yeah.
We've gotten it. I mean, I want it to look exactly like the house, you know, it's just got these little lines.
Yeah,
in
we
it.
found some wire cut brick
It-
that matches we have wire cut brick on our
I
house.
feel like it's as close as you can get it, at least for the band, you know, the
Yeah.
brick band, and then the stairs and, you know, I mean, we want it to be the way it's supposed to be, I promise.
Yeah, we love our house. It
We're
turns 100 next year. We're going to throw it a birthday party. We definitely want to, you know,
That's wonderful.
make improvements to the house, make it as, you know, best as we can. And this is our second historic, actually our third historic
we
home. We
lived
used
in
to live
Wilmore
Wilmore,
for
two places in
7
Wilmore.
years and on Wilmore Drive and several houses. And And we love where we are and, you know.
Yeah, we love historic houses, and so, we want to speak true to the house and its history.
So I'm just gonna say this out loud and make sure that I'm understanding it. So the existing porch is gonna go away. The new foundation footer is going to be installed. A new retaining wall will be installed with a new brick cap, and then it will be backfilled. And then you will put concrete and brick on top of that, right? Is that the discussion in terms of the construction?
Yeah,
Okay,
yep,
thank you.
yep, of course.
Commissioner Bell?
So I'm going to refer to a couple of standards. So 4.82 talks about repairing and replacing only damaged elements of porches by matching the materials, methods of construction, and details of the existing original fabric. And then 8.2
8.2, 1, 2, and number 7.
So also talks about repairing and essentially matching like for like and going to original. So can you tell us why we should go away from the standards that are in the guidelines in order to allow this change?
Well, first with the terracotta tiles, we've interviewed a few different masons that have not been able to, they can't even like locate a terracotta tile to actually replace it with that same material. Because we've interviewed what?
Yeah, it's a manual process to break up the triangular terracotta. And maybe, I don't know if any of you are in the Mason, I don't know, Chief Commissioner Whitlock, if you're in that business, but to my understanding, it is very difficult to get a mason to break up the triangular terracotta and put all that down. The other more important reason is because you have allowed other people to do the basket weave and do what we're asking to do. So I don't know why we would be required to go back to the terracotta.
Do we have?
I've provided many examples and I've asked Historic Board many times to tell me when you have made people put the triangular terracotta back.
So we are the commission, the board, but I think you're referring to staff. So, and the great thing is Candace is our Mason expert here. So Candace, if you would help give us some insight as far as what examples do we have where we've allowed basket weave if it was not an original material? I mean, do we know that to cases where that is the case? And then the other question I have is around what the applicant mentioned around the terracotta replacement or repairs. Do we know of that to be something that people have gone back with?
So there is a house on Berkeley that did tear up their terracotta porch after the fact. It did not come in front of the commission because they were given the option to remove the terracotta and leave it as what they did after the fact and present the case to the commission, or to go back with the terracotta at the staff level. And they went back with the terracotta, and I believe that was on Berkeley, and I can send that to the applicants. In terms of the terracotta, yes, it's a manual labor. It does take time. There is, I believe we sent them links to people in the area that do the terracotta repair, and links to the tile where you can source the tile. The terracotta porch on this house, being that it's from 1925 and a colonial structure, is not original to this structure, but it was probably added, as the applicants did say, probably in the late 40s or 50s, which now has given it its own historic timeframe. So it's up to the commission whether or not they want to move in the direction of what was probably originally there, which was probably a brick border with a smooth concrete top, or stick with the terracotta, which has gained historic significance since then. In terms of other people doing it, it just depends. I do have a couple of lists here. 1210 Dilworth Road. It's been on Google since 2009. It was in the district photo from 1996. 723 Berkeley. that was done the current standards in March of 2015, 2016. 820, oh, what's that, 11,
1133 Berkeley Ave.
that's been on, we could find that on Google since 2008. There is no district photo of that. It does appear to be older, so it might be original. So we've gone through and looked up some of these projects, and they're just predating current standards.
Thank you so much.
I know that we've come across that many times over the years, and I agree that you need to take it off and replace it. And we have never replaced it with the broken terracotta, but we have used terracotta, like 6x6.
Yeah.
6x6 terracotta, which, you know, is readily available. So it looks good. The basket weave looks good, but
I think to Candace's point, it sounds like from a historic perspective, it's likely that there was like smooth concrete and brick border. Is that?
well, I know that we worked on homes that had the square terracotta that were not in the Dilworth district, but the Myers Park in Myers Park that are as old, and it was original terracotta. So not in the historic district though.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we will now close for deliberation.
So I've tried to replace with broken terracotta, and it is difficult. It's difficult you can get it done, but it is difficult. I like it, and the basket weave, I mean, that could be 50 years old, so that has its own historic relevance at this point in our neighborhoods. So the fact that the existing broken tile has been there since the 50s or 40s, you could say the same thing about basket weaves that have been put in the 50s and 40s. So
But it wasn't, the basket weave wasn't.
that's
at the
true, but
property.
we do hardy siding as replacement. That's a new material. We do, double glazed windows. It's not single pane authentic windows. So there's lots of precedents of us doing different material for newer applications. Just because that doesn't mean it has to go back. That's clearly broken and needs to be replaced.
So how do we then get around 4.8 number 2?
The same way we get around all the other ones. I have to look it up, but you can replace things, but it doesn't have to be an exact replica of what was there. It's new materials and, don't make me look it up right now, but.
Well, and representation of context. I mean, they've shown us a lot of examples where it very easily could have been with the historic houses that are in their neighborhood, and context is our number one. And I will say, there's no way to repair what they're showing us. It's a replace or nothing. That can't be repaired.
If it may be helpful to the commission, I think staff could point you or provide examples of in previous situations where there are materials that may be damaged beyond repair. Generally speaking, the ideal situation would be to replace with same or similar materials as opposed to replacing with different materials. However, it isn't always the case that a same or similar material is available. And that generally has been where the commission has considered new or different materials, but I would defer to staff on that particular consideration on, and as well on projects where the commission has decided either to require applicants to provide same or similar materials or allowed applicants to provide new materials, whether because the original materials are no longer available or for other reasons that are unique to the particular property, not unique to the applicants. Because again, you guys are looking at the property, you are looking at the conditions of the property specifically, and whatever approvals that you provide will run with that property, not with any particular applicant.
How about considering guideline 5.5, number 4, repair or replace a masonry feature only when necessary, using masonry that respects the size, texture, color, and pattern of the historical material, as well as mortar joint size and tooling. So wouldn't that kind of accommodate the fact that what they're doing is respecting those elements, the size, texture, color, not pattern,
Right.
okay, not pattern, but the size, texture, color, and pattern we've understood to be a very difficult replacement product. I'm just throwing this out there. There is a guideline that I think would allow the commission to consider this as a replacement feature.
But it sounds like, it sounds like broken terracotta is the thing, but tiled terracotta is, I guess, easier to put down, easier to work with. I'm not a masonry, but that's the way it sounds.
Well, I think frankly, a lot of people don't like the way the broken tile looks. I mean, but that's irrelevant, but it is the same material, terracotta.
Yep.
It is terracotta. But I feel like, the 5.5?
5.5, number 4.
Speaks to it pretty well, and I agree with Commissioner Wojcik. They absolutely, based on the photographs, I would say, need to do what they're going to do. And coming back with a material that's certainly sympathetic to what was there and completely, it would seem completely acceptable.
I also would question whether, since when we're under the assumption that's not the original material from that front porch, that number 2 might pertain as well, which states retain masonry features that are important in defining the overall character of the building. I mean, that you could go either way with that particular surface, that's second surface on that surface, defining the overall character of the building.
Yeah, because typically the vertical surface is the dominant surface because that's what you can see or perceive, and then the horizontal is considered secondary. But also 8.2 in sidewalks and parking, number 2 says walks and walkways in front and sidewalks for those that are substantially visible from the street. New construction should follow the historic design patterns of the surrounding environment.
So the surrounding environment, the addresses that were up there, is that the immediate context for this property?
723 Berkeley Avenue is our direct neighbor.
I think are we closed? We're
Oh,
closed
sorry.
right now.
So 3 of those are on the same street.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Berkeley Avenue. Probably Berkeley right here, is their neighbor.
This is their neighbor?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can add to what Commissioner Wojcik said, number 7 as well, the ensure any new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project, which clearly this is, in my opinion.
Do we know what the walkway is though for 723?
Concrete.
I'm not actually sure. You might have to open up for the applicant.
All right, let's reopen.
Yes, 723 Berkeley Avenue is a mixture of concrete and brick. It has a brick banding with concrete in the middle and then brick stripes throughout.
So a concrete walkway in the middle surrounded by
By
brick.
brick, but it also has brick running through the joints.
Okay.
It looks really good. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't think it doesn't look as historic as ours is gonna look, because ours is gonna be pure brick. But I think ours is gonna be more like, it's gonna fit the house better, in my opinion.
That's rather, all right, we're gonna go ahead and reclose. All right, so it sounds like some standards have been identified, to perhaps support this. I would like, as one commissioner to say if the immediate context or nearby property has concrete that is considered a historic material, that perhaps that be considered as well versus brick, basket weave everywhere, but that's my opinion.
I think in general, our standards accept masonry and brick as in concrete and for a lot of material.
Yep. Any other comments? It sounds like though somebody can float a motion. Sure.
I move to approve this application because the project meets the design standard guidelines for context and also sidewalks and parking 8.2 number 2 and number 7 and materials 5.5 number 4 and number 2.
Members of the commission, just something as you're formulating your motion and you're moving forward with a course of action, something to consider for you all is, generally speaking, when the commission has allowed changes with different materials, you have asked applicants previously to provide more documentation. So just including, if you believe that the documentation and the testimony that you've heard is sufficient, including that as part of your motion, just to emphasize the uniqueness of this particular situation. And then in addition to that, just something that stands out a little bit for you all to address is that, generally speaking, you wouldn't consider the difficulty in achieving a particular result. More often than not, you're considering whether or not a material that is original is available or not. And if the commission is going to consider that additional factor moving forward, that due process for all future applicants would require you to make the same considerations to treat all future applicants in the same manner. So just wanted to highlight those two things as you're moving forward with your course of action for you to discuss, as well as appropriately document as you move forward.
To that end, the thing that I believe I'm a little bit struggling with, not necessarily the foundation separating from the house. Yes, that needs to be fixed. But I don't understand the walkway. I'm not getting why we would change what the material is for the walkway.
Oh, I gotcha. So, and we know that it needs to be replaced. It's just the material selection. Okay. Well, then I take back my motion.
Well, the standards, I would say that the walkway, because our standards referring to walkways say that it should follow the historic design patterns of the surrounding environment. So their proposal with the brick does follow the surrounding environment and the
And then I could
context.
come back with, and I could come back with number 7 and say repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving color, size. So I think we just have to determine which one of those for the walkway we are.
And again, whichever way the commission decides to go is just advisable that you identify the reasons why, if you are doing something different than you have done previously, that you identify the factors that may make this particular situation unique or different than how you would originally or differently consider, whichever way you decide to go.
Because we say it all the time, repair like for like.
And we also say cost and effort aren't part of our consideration.
But we also know that that's not original to the house.
The walkway?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking the concrete. Well, I don't think that concrete's 100 years old. So no, I would say absolutely not. That particular, now, doesn't mean there wasn't concrete previous, but just because it's there doesn't mean it was original to the structure. And we know that the cracked tile, 95% is not original to the structure.
So would that be in the case, like unsure, and this, I guess, might be to Candace, I guess, like unsure of what is original to the house, understanding that this now has its own historical significance. How does that, how do we?
So not to throw a wrench into everything, but this project would have been staff approved if the applicants had chosen to go back with concrete for the sidewalk and the broken tile for the porch. This is a staff approvable project if they were to repair it with materials in kind. So it's before the commission because of the material changes.
And I'm saying, as one commissioner, I'm not struggling with the broken tile piece on the porch. That needs to, we know that needs to be replaced, and because there are some foundational implications to it not being replaced. So it's gonna have to be damaged, further damaged and replaced. That doesn't give me heartburn. I think the thing that I want us to be consistent in that if the walkway, this is a concrete walkway, that's a traditional material. So why would we be changing from that much? I would like to understand why we are suggesting to change from that original material, traditional material.
Perhaps the commission would want to split the application up. And then if everybody's on agreement with the front porch, then we can move forward with that. And the applicants can come back and show us exactly which neighbors on their street, on both sides of the street, all have brick sidewalks for context of their request.
That sounds pragmatic.
Well, looking right across the street, they do have it looks like an old brick sidewalk going up to a terracotta, like a 6x6 terracotta terrace or landing. It's right there.
Is that one, or is that all of the houses that are
Well,
in the immediate context?
Commissioner Whitlock, could you just explain a little bit more what you're looking at so that Candace can
yeah,
pull it
just
up for
if you go
everybody to look?
Just go to the Google Street View and just right across the street from. And it's not basket weave.
And I would say brick is a traditional material if that we approve.
It is a traditional material, but concrete is too. And that's what I'm saying. Why are we changing a traditional material? What's the reason? I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Does it
I mean,
not
that,
matter?
it's almost time.
If it
Again,
doesn't
I'm,
matter, then never mind.
well, no, I'm one commissioner, but they're asking to replace a traditional material with a different traditional material. And so, something that we approve all the time. So to me, it's a preference and it's their home. And if it's meets our standards, I don't know why we would make the decision for what. And I believe that it meets our standards, but that's me as one commissioner. Other people might have other thoughts. But if we're replacing one traditional material with another traditional material that we approve.
I guess if they didn't have a front sidewalk and they wanted to add one, we wouldn't be telling them it had to be concrete.
Exactly.
But
there
they're
is
like
one
for
there.
like, right? So
There is
like
one
for
there.
like.
I could see it making sense if the sidewalk was a distinctive feature. I'm sorry, if the concrete sidewalk was a distinctive feature to this home, that would give me more concern about any kind of change to that as a distinctive feature. Given that it's not most likely original to the house, I'm not sure what it is at this point.
So I think Candace's idea of breaking it into two perhaps could be good, or you could just float a motion. We have we each have a vote, and so we can just vote accordingly.
Say, I like my motion. I just think I should add a little bit more information to it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, so the reason why we're approving the replacement of the patio porch and sidewalk is because it is in need of replacement, not of repair. And we are approving the use of brick as it is a historic material that is contextually consistent with their street and their surrounding neighbors.
That is why we are not doing like.
And that is why we're not requiring like for like.
That was the motion.
That was my,
I'll
that
second
was
it.
my amendment to my previous motion. Can I do that?
And just to be clear, it's a motion to approve the entire project, a motion to
Yes.
approve a portion of the project? If you
I'm
just
sorry. I mean,
clarify that.
yeah, a motion to approve the entire project.
And just to add for the record, since there's been
Oh, the lot in
a lot
between.
of
Okay.
discussion since you
Yes.
made your motion,
So-
your original motion.
I would like to approve this application as it does meet our design standard guidelines, as shown for context, and also sidewalks 8.2, number 2 and number 7, and 5.5, number 4 and number 2. And that is based on the requirement for replacement due to existing damage that is not repairable, thank you. And that they are requesting historic material be used in this application that we do typically approve in these applications.
And can we add that they work with staff on brick
Oh,
selection?
yes. And we would like for the applicants to work with staff on final brick selections, color, size, texture.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
No.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. No. Vote to approve passes 5-2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application is 1707 Lenox Avenue, and I believe the applicant is in the room.
Do need to be sworn in.
Okay, thank you. This application was continued from the January 10th meeting. It's for a rear addition. The applicant did revise the proposal with the Zotwell survey, which can be found on page 7. And the height of the addition to lower to match the ridge of the original structure, which could be seen on page 8. If you could say, oh, well, I guess we need to be sworn in, and then you'll need to say your name and address for the court reporter, but please let's be sworn in first.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Katie Van Donick. My address is 1707 Lenox Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay, if you'd like to tell me what page you'd like to start on?
Yeah, we'll just start on the second page.
Page 2, okay. Of the staff report?
Oh, no. Sorry, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. 14, there we go. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So, I come back to you all today. Just wanted to start off. We are zoned a multifamily lot. We sit, do I just tell you to keep going through the slide?
Yeah,
Okay,
just
yeah,
let me
next
know what
slide.
slide you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We sit, we abut several parking lots. We have 3 commercial buildings we look at. We have a quadplex at our rear of our property. And then on the left side of our property, our side yard faces a few residential homes. This is a great example. We have a dedicated 10-foot alleyway, how we access our property, how we access our parking. And you can see from the context of this photo what I am talking about as far as being surrounded by commercial and quadplex. The next slide shows you more closely our existing footprint located in the red, our lot lines in the yellow.
Katie, if
Yeah.
you could for 1 second, I believe Chair Hawkins has a question or statement.
Sure.
This is a continuation, so I just wanted to make sure that we received the information that we needed and the reason why we continued. Do we have?
The applicant provided, which is on page 2 of the staff report, the Zotwell survey and the height ridge lowered to match the existing conditions. The project was continued for a number of reasons as listed on page 1 of the staff report.
And so were all of those addressed? I guess that's a question for the applicant.
Correct.
The restudying of the addition 6.2 and 6.1 through 6.12, the massing and all of that, or is it pretty much the same as the previous
No,
submission?
so we have reduced the height of the property
Okay,
to be in line with, we are not exceeding the ridge line at all. And that was one of your big concerns. We really didn't get much further in the presentation at all because you guys just sort of put a halt on where we were on everything because you said it was too tall.
massing was mentioned.
I mean, I think of massing as height and width.
Okay. That's not all massing is, but okay. All right, you can continue. If you feel like you've addressed all of these, at least
I provided
majority of those. then
Yeah,
we can
I feel like
continue.
we have, yeah.
Okay.
And if you can see from the next slide, our highest and best use of our property is to become, flip to the next slide. Our highest and best use is to be what they've done at the corner of Euclid and East Boulevard. We are zoned multifamily. We can put up to 4 units on our property. If you can flip to the next slide. The commercial building to our right is owned by Crosland. They have already made 2 offers on our house to buy us out, to develop us further. So I'm coming in as this little property in the middle, just trying to blend heavy commercial to my right, keeping in mind that I'm multifamily and residential single family to my left. The commercial building to our right, you all approved 2 years ago for them to add this piece onto. This piece of here. It extended their height up into our, exposure contextual into our space. So moving forward, we have come back to you all. We've reduced, we have gone ahead and reduced our ridge line to be consistent with our existing home. I've added some additional photos to show all of that. The next photo, you have talked about the width of the property in slide 25. I have added some more context of photos.
If you could take the microphone with you, because you have people.
Sorry, thank you. You have said that we extended beyond our footprint. And in fact, this is the end of our house on the parking lot side. We do not exceed this footprint at all. We are actually, it comes into about right here, and I tried to show that on the new drawings and the elevations. I mean, you don't even see this from the street at all because of the landscaping that is there at the moment. On the left side, we do not extend beyond the footprint of our carport. In fact, we are, I believe it's almost 4 feet in. Our carport currently sits between 4 feet and 2 feet off the property line. So I'm actually coming in considerably off of that property line from where we are today. So I don't, Christy asked me to add more context to the presentation so you have an idea of we're not exceeding width, and we've come down in the height. So I don't, I believe that we are where we need to be. And with these added photos, you don't see anything from the street. The addition sits right behind this bush. It doesn't exceed the side porch. And then on this side, this is our carport. It sits 2.5 to 3 feet off the fence of our neighbors on the side yard. We're coming out less than where we are today. And it's not even visual from the street, as you can see from those photos. You had asked about site work, and on the next slide, we have provided some additional photos on the existing grade. There are no landscaping or retaining walls that are necessary. Everything is a natural grade. So our current home sits here. Our carport sits way down here. It's a 4 feet 4 inch difference in grade. I've shown another picture here. And here you can see our foundation exposed to finished floor of our current back of our house is 3 foot 6 inches. So we're just taking the natural grade of the lot. And we don't need to have any retaining walls as far as how this work goes. The next slide, that's the footprint. The next slide, we talked about our pervious, impervious. Multifamily doesn't fall into that classification, but I still provided it. I'm trying to keep in mind, we only exceeded 5 feet of that, 5% of that requirement. We're trying to sensibly blend commercial, multifamily, single family. We're sandwiched in between, so I'm trying my best to follow the requirements. We've got 2 trees that come out. I've already discussed, Duke Power has been to my house numerous times. They already want to cut these 2 trees down because they cause power outages almost every storm when the limbs fall down.
And then if we go to the end, I know you guys talked about massing and scaling. So I found an example of the multifamily use as one sample. It's 53. So this is what I could be. That was approved at Euclid and East, multifamily zone lot. That's exactly what I'm zoned. And then on Islesworth, I believe it was 2021. This is the original house. This addition was approved, which is larger than the existing footprint of that home. They had a side porch that you approved to be enclosed, and then they bumped out beyond the side porch. So I'm not asking for anything that hasn't been in front of you all prior. And I know there's a lot of details on that, on the site plan. Materials are all to be for the most part, the same as what we have on our current house. I'm not asking for anything out of the ordinary. Soffits, some fence replacement with like kinds. I've provided details on the front door, the windows. It's all to match what we have for the most part existing. Garage doors. I provided those examples. The railings, it matches the ironwork that we already have on the house to a T. So do we have questions that I can answer?
We have one unknown caller online. Unknown caller, if you are calling about 1707 Lenox Avenue, can you please state your name and your comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Can you, besides the height coming down, can you highlight any other scale and massing reductions or changes that were made?
So as far as the massing and scaling, I talked to Christy, and I think there was confusion about the width of the house as far as you were saying that I extended beyond my current footprint. And if you go up to down, keep going, I think it's like 16 or 17. That is my existing footprint in the red. And then there's a slide that's got the hash, I think it's 19. Yeah. So I did not expand beyond the black and white check line is the existing extension of where I am today. So I am staying within that boundary.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm referring to when I ask about the scale and massing. I'm really talking about the relation of the addition to the existing property and its surrounding properties. And I was just trying to make sure I understood what changes we were seeing aside from the height changes. So thank you for clarifying that for me, that the height came down, but
Yeah, I mean,
the
the
masks-
windows have shrunk a little bit.
If you don't mind, she's recording, so one of us needs to speak at a time. But I just wanted to make sure I understood what changes we should be observing as a result of the last submission.
Okay, so the height has come down, the scaling of the windows, the facades have come down. There was confusion about the width. I think I've clarified that. There was a request to provide the Zatwell survey on Kingston, which I have provided. And there was a request about retaining walls, which I provided the natural grade shown on the drawings, which results in and the additional photos of the site and the change in elevations where we are not required to have retaining walls.
Okay, Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Now, what was the original and what is the current height of the addition?
The changes, I believe we dropped about 3 feet, 4 inches, 3 feet, 6 inches from the original request.
Yeah, so I'm having a hard time to find the original height of the addition and the current height of the addition.
I will tell you, the original plans, I believe the ridge line was 3 feet. I want to say 6 inches higher than the current home.
So I'm still trying to find out what the current height is of the addition versus your original height of that addition.
So our current ridge line, I believe, is 73.48
Okay,
on
so there's-
Zapwell. And then the original submission is what you're asking?
Just the height of the building.
734.8 off the street, according to Zatwell. And then if the plans are correct. Sorry, I have multiple files open here. So the current home finished from grade up is 17 feet 6 inches. And the addition is 21. The height of the addition is 21. I believe 21, yeah. It's just taking it into account the grade. And those dimensions are on the blueprints.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant, Commissioner? Commissioner Taylor?
So this is 2 lots, correct?
It is zoned 1 parcel and it is 2
2 addresses.
2 addresses.
Okay. That's all I had.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I just wanted to say thank you for providing that Zatwell from the street kind of to your left, because I think that's important to see proportionately what we're talking about. I think that's
Yeah,
really
and
helpful.
so this house was just approved, so their roof will go up a little bit here. And my surveyor said until we actually get approval and stake stuff, he said this probably will settle some. As you can see how the lines are drawn. I mean, we really dive in that backyard. So he said it probably will come down a little bit. And I guess the other change we did, we put the garage on the alleyway side, so we don't abut the Kingston side of our property. We abut the alleyway. We're just trying to be sensitive to our neighbors.
Were you saying something else, Commissioner Wojcik?
No, thank you.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? All right. We will now close for deliberation. We can start with the reasons for continuation and then work our way on down the list. So first one was restudy based on standard 6.20 numbers 1, 2, 5, and 6. Do we feel like that's been addressed?
She adding to the rear of the property, so that's.
Turn your mic on.
Number one is to attempt to add onto the rear of the property, and so that has been done. Two is limiting the size of the addition and by lowering the ridge height. That's made a big impact in terms of the presence of the addition in relationship to the existing structure, I believe.
I have a question, commissioners. Whoopsie. The slope of this property goes down and then I guess continues to go down as it moves towards the homes on Kingston. Right? So given that, and that now this structure is maxed at 5 feet from the side yard, I've driven over there and looked at it. It's in the backyard of those last two houses on Kingston. In fact, you will probably be able to see it from Kingston, not now with the trees all in bloom. But I guess that continues to concern me, just having an entire length of a house 5 foot from my property line would be a little bit out of context for me.
Well, and I think though this is multifamily, and I just think that it's different in terms of when we've reviewed multifamily property projects before. I mean, they don't even have to submit for the permeability, like their requirements are different.
But we do consider their impact on single-family residential that they abut.
Yeah.
Right.
But even a regular house, I mean, any house could build up to 5 feet to the property line.
Not in their backyard.
That's why it's a 5-foot setback. Oh, you mean the rear setback?
Yeah.
Okay. But again, her restrictions are different.
Mhm.
All right, so let's keep going down that list. My place.
Number 5 was maintaining existing roof pitches, roof lines for the addition, which the pitch is the same as the existing house.
Mm-hmm. And maintain the original orientation was that wasn't one of them, sorry. Okay. Number 6. Make sure the design of a new addition is compatible with the existing building. The new work should be differentiated. And I think she does dip in, has an indentation. Okay. So any objections to number 1, the first item being addressed?
Not for me.
Okay. Hearing none, I will go to the next one. Still chapter 6, 6.1 through 6.12. I think this is all of the massing, scale, all of that. So let's take a look at that. I guess we start with context. We got the Zatwell survey. I think there's still some concern about the impact or the context with the single-family homes. But there are multifamily homes nearby, I believe.
I'm from the Zatwell. I think her house addition is minimally impactful on the people behind her or to the left of her. And those roofs are hipped, which means they're going away from their property, which makes them look smaller and not as perceivable as a mass. That's one of the hard things about looking at these drawings on paper, is that you don't get to appreciate the way that the roof lines are moving away from the sides, because that does have a big impact on how big a building presents itself. That's why we ask for the dormers and, elements to break up the facade. And they have broken up that facade closest to their neighbors with offsets.
But do we know how high that roof line is, 5 feet from the property line? Because I don't, so I'm not really sure I know how tall that is.
You can see the ridge on the Zatwell.
The answer is no.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say. So
And
that's not on the drawings?
No, that's what I asked earlier.
I think it is on the elevation that we were looking at when you asked about the overall height of the structure. But I don't know what number that was.
No, I think we got a ridge line from the survey of 737.
The ceiling height was represented, and that should represent the soffit height, which I think is what you're asking for. Does that seem right? The ceiling height and the soffit height typically have a relationship to each other. Because that would be how tall the roof is near the neighbor, is where the soffit is.
For those of us that don't know what you guys are referring
Well, I mean, Commissioner Walker, I think that's what you're asking
If you
about,
look
right?
if you look on slide number 7,
Okay.
you can get an idea by looking at the shadows of that house and the garage, really, behind house 808, 812.
Yes.
Just so we all
Yes.
understand, that is 5 feet from their property line. That house is larger than their house, 5 feet from their property line.
But that should be the rear of their property, which is why they have a 45-foot setback.
So we're on slide 7, and we're looking at the East Kings, the street view, the dark properties which are behind this property. Is that correct?
I think they're next to
You
it.
see the outline of the subject property in the garage.
So if we're looking at East Kingston, our concern was, I mean, the structures that are sitting here, we're looking at the front of their structures.
Correct.
And then they have their houses, and then they have their backyard, and then they have their property line. So it's not like they're 10 feet apart from each other. They're 50 feet apart from each other. Does that make sense? I mean, there's probably a 45-foot rear setback, which is, it's not like it's 10 feet.
Well, for the applicant, it's 5 feet, but this home, this single family home, 808, has a rear yard setback. Thank you, that,
That slide right there, that,
Floor.
yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I didn't want to lose this slide. The building on the right that's off of that slide, that is an apartment, or was an apartment building, I think. That is, just trying to give some context here. I think if I'm picturing right, that's a 2-story apartment building. Brick, oh, that's it, yeah, okay. So, which has probably got that 5-yard setback or close to that with neighbors on 2 sides. So it is, if, I don't know if it matters, but looking for context, there is, and that building is, I don't know how old, but it's old.
30 feet tall.
that's the answer. That's context.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So East Kingston, we're looking at that mass to the left on number 7. That's a multifamily that basically is right next to these other houses on Kingston. And it's 30 feet tall in comparison to the subject proposed, which is 21.
Okay,
That's at the highest point, 21.
all right, so we've got our context, because it's 6.1 through 6.12. Next up is setback. I think we could probably refer to very similar situation there.
Mm-hmm.
Any objections that setback has been addressed? Okay. Spacing. Are there still any concerns? And this refers to the side yard distances between buildings. So any concerns there with the spacing of this property and its surrounding properties?
Well, we just looked at the comparison to the other multifamily and that was just as close, or there was a little bit of it. I mean, it was probably very similar, just the building is a lot bigger. And she did mention that they moved the garage to pull it away, so that it engaged with her driveway more, which I think helps with the spacing to the people around her. She's closer to the commercial side now.
Is there a, for number 2, is there the modulated with the material change or architectural change? Sorry, what am I? 6.6, number 2, for spacing. I'm just looking at, I thought you said, Commissioner Hawkins, you said something about bump out or something. I was just trying to see if that was, that covered that. Okay.
She does, and I think that'll take us farther down to scale and massing. But there is, and I think that was already there, but there is some indentation between the old or existing structure and the addition that kind of differentiates. Okay, so no issues on spacing. We're all good there. Orientation. Was there any question or concern about the orientation of this structure with the addition? I don't think so. Okay, so that brings us to massing and complexity of form. Multifamily developments with more than 4, never mind. The massing of historic multifamily buildings, typically duplexes and fourplexes in Charlotte, have similar massing as single-family dwellings in the districts. Okay.
So when I look at the structure from a massing standpoint, the existing structure is substantially longer. The, the roof lines move away from you. And then as we go into the addition, the elevation of the walls are a little bit higher, but they've incorporated the dormer element so that they could bring the scale of that two-story structure down. And then while the grade moves down with the structure, I mean, ultimately, there, it's pretty simple in its elements. There's reasonably sized planes of facades. The windows in themselves repeat pretty well. The windows on the new structure are a little bit bigger, but the facade of the new structure is actually flatter. So it's kind of nice because they differentiate from a basically what looks like a ranch to a two-story, but there's repetition and elements used to kind of reduce that scale. But I don't know, I mean, you know, it doesn't match, but I don't think it needs to match. I just think that it's I think it flows well. The only thing that I could think of from an elevation standpoint is maybe having something over the front porch that would potentially break that up a little bit. But it's not wrong. It's just kind of plain. But I'm just wondering if there was a small roof element or something, if that would help visually with the massing. So if you look at the back part of the existing structure, there's a big hip roof on the front of the structure, and then there's a big hipped roof on the back of the existing structure. And the facades of those are similar in width. Oh, sorry, Candace, it was on that elevation that you were just on. Yeah, so it's like there's two triangles with a pretty wide wall underneath it that's broken up with the brick. And that is repetitious in itself. And then when you move to the addition, it's that triangle width is basically kind of the width of the addition in itself. So there is a rhythm. It's just the window sizes are a little bit different.
So are you saying that there should be different fenestration?
I feel like I mean, you said it's simple, but the existing structure's simple and it's picking up on that simple
Yeah,
simpleness of it.
yeah.
I mean, it's long, but it's broken up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, it's tall, but it's not taller than what's there.
Mhm.
It checks
It's
a lot. of
differentiated.
boxes. It's
Yeah.
just, it's a multi-family building on, you know, on the edge of commercial to residential, and just a little bit different.
So no issues with massing and complexity of form? I
Mm-mm.
think that's been addressed with the adjustments that have been made.
Yeah, I think the height change made a big difference.
And that brings us to height and width.
Yeah.
Think that's been addressed? Any concerns there with height and width? Okay. Scale? If we're saying height and width is fine, as the preamble says, it's the beginning of creating scale. But you also mentioned we have them breaking up the massing, and the addition doesn't seem disproportionate in any way to the original structure, so sounds like the scale is in line. Directional expression, It's more of a horizontal directional expression. I don't think there's, I think bringing that height down definitely makes it more cohesive. And then the last one in that continuation is foundation. So I don't know if we talked about, the applicant did mention the foundation. I think it's 3 feet 6 inches. Any concerns with the foundation? Okay, then that item has been addressed. What else do we have on the list here? So we did not look at 6.13, so perhaps we need to discuss roof forms and materials. But we kind of discussed it, Commissioner Wojcik, you mentioned the hip roof. The addition of the dormers. Well, they had dormers there already, but.
Well, yeah. No, I think the hip roof really helps bring the volume and mass of the structure down. And it's consistent with the existing structure. There's a repetition in material and design features. So I think that ties together well.
Okay. All right, then add additional dimensions to the existing structure from a footprint standpoint, and then also show the grade and grade management tools on elevations. Show if there's going to be any retaining walls or anything like that. And I think the applicant addressed that. So we need to now look at the accessory structure because we did not look at that last time. It looks like the roof, and I'm not the architect or a contractor, but it looks like a hip roof to me.
You are correct. So she's taken those same scaling elements and incorporated them into the garage as well, with the knee walls around the perimeter, the hip roof coming in, and then the dormer protruding out through that line. So it's a nice consistency with the architecture of the main structure. And they did pull it closer to the commercial side of the property in terms of placement and spacing on the property.
And then what do you make of is that like a balcony, a little Juliet balcony feature?
Yes. That is towards the rear of the property.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Who's the question for? If I need to reopen?
Well, maybe somebody here knows. I believe that there's a tree on the property right next to that garage.
She did mention that there was going to be trees removed because they're encroaching in the power lines.
And replanting to, I think, myrtles.
Yeah, there's a real large one that kind of grows out of a fence. Has ivy all over it. Yeah.
Grape.
So that tree will have to be removed for the garage.
Looks that way.
But I think she said that they would needed to be removed because of the power lines as well.
Yeah,
Or anyway, no matter what. That was the statement, was that the Duke Energy was going to take them out because of the power lines.
Yeah, there it is right there. Tree to be removed. Oak tree is approximately 5 3/4 feet in diameter. Duke Energy has already deemed this tree to be an issue for their lines. I guess my question is, are the new proposed trees, are they in
He's got
the
a
way?
planting plan. If you scroll down just a little bit.
Commissioner Whitlock, were you talking about slide 31?
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And the plants are noted below if you continue on down what she's gonna plant. So it's
No, I think my question is back on slide 29, which is, will the two new trees be in the way of the power lines?
They're not gonna get that big.
There's crepe myrtles.
Not gonna get that big.
Oh, they're not gonna get that big?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. And I don't know, I don't know if any of us can answer this, but the new UDO requires, you have to replace a tree with a tree if you take down a heritage tree. What happens if, in a case like this where Duke takes down a tree? For instance, if Duke wasn't involved here, she'd have to get a permit to take down that tree basically and replace it with another tree or pay the tree fund or whatever the case may be. There's a couple different options there. But if Duke comes in here and says, I'm taking down that tree, what happens there?
I asked an arborist that question just recently, and he basically said that Duke can do whatever they want. So,
In terms of our purview, if it's in the Duke right away, then yes, Duke can take it down. If
Take it.
if it's in the Duke right away, then Duke can take it.
Yeah, but I think it's wonderful though that the applicant wants to go back with some tree.
Yeah, my question is just.
Oh, just in general. Got it. Okay, oh, keep going. The accessory structure, no, we're still on, okay, so I guess my general question, does the details of does this accessory structure meet our standards for 8.10?
I think so. It's secondary to the addition, more or less, the entire structure that's gonna be there. Scale, proportion, footprint. She did provide the footprint for the addition in relationship to the existing house, which was what we asked, and just the addition, I believe, was 57 feet, and that garage, I think, was 20, now I don't remember.
20 and,
Yeah.
okay. And the garage doors do appear to be 2 doors. Is that correct? I mean,
No, well, it looks like one door.
1 door. So that would be some feedback that we want to give.
Mm-hmm.
Foundation, how does that work?
For that type of structure, it just integrates when you have a brick masonry veneer, the foundation integrates into, if it was siding above brick, you could see a foundation, but in this circumstance, it just kind of all grows up together.
Okay. Okay. Let me see, I think that was, I'm just scrolling, sorry, trying to get back to the top here.
I have a brick fence and gate option, I guess.
Say that again, Commissioner Whitlock?
There's a new gate and then potential for a brick fence in lieu of the existing wood fence.
Oh, and a fence.
Commissioner Whitlock, could you please repeat that? I don't believe the court reporter got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a remove and replace existing gate, and then there is I guess, a request to potentially replace a wood fence with a brick fence.
Commissioner Whitlock, do you have a slide number by any chance?
39.
Thank you.
37, 38, 39, something like that.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Gates.
So she's moving the location for the gate, and then there's a new gate.
Moving the location for the gate, and then there is a new gate.
I think that's right.
And so the gate that is being proposed and the fence that's being proposed to be replaced. Let's see.
Just a question, since she didn't really go over this with, do we want to open it?
Yeah.
Tell us about it. I was asking if we should let her open this back up so she can explain these additional items better.
Yes, let's reopen to discuss or cover the changes proposed for the fence, gate. And what else?
Front
Thanks.
entrance.
Yes, those items.
Yes, yeah, we never had gotten that far, so I didn't know if I should just go over what we revised and come back to that. So you all tell me, you want me to go over this section now?
Yeah, we want to go over the whole application. So I apologize. I thought you went over the whole application. So the whole thing, so we. can
Yeah,
make a
we never
decision.
got that far last time, so yeah, no problem. So the site plan, so I tried my best to delineate everything that is on the property. So the orange is the existing wood fence that we have. Some belongs to us, some does not belong to us. This little section of orange here is actually a brick fence that you all approved a couple of years ago. And it's just a little, I don't know, I wouldn't even call it a knee wall. I want to say it's 4 foot tall. It's got a little gate, a little side gate. But some of the fence needs to be replaced, and we're either proposing just to replace it with what we have or potentially make it brick. I know that it's costly, so I'm just trying to figure out if I want to go brick all the way down the parking lot. But at the moment, I think it's going to be wood and just a matter of replacing it. The red lines, the full red line is where our existing drive gates are currently. And there are 2 brick columns there that support the gate. And we're going to just repeat those brick columns where I've got the black squares marked. I don't know at this moment if I'm going to need a gate at that point, because it's a very small distance between the alleyway and where the garage, since we moved everything up towards the parking lot side. It would just be the same exact gate. It's wood, it's got an arch to it, it's 2 panels, swings open and closed. The situation is I don't think I can have a swinging gate where I am now at the end of the property. I think it would have to be on a glide. And so I think at this point, I don't know that I will do the gates, but if I did, it would be like for like, but it would have to glide open, if that makes sense. Right now, they swing open on a hinge. And then there was another slide. I think it's the landscape slide that's got a little side gate on it, sort of where the red line is, just adding a little walkway gate to match what we have in the front of the house. But yeah, there's not much room here to put the gate with the new brick columns. And I will probably be required to do this privacy wall if I don't have a driveway gate, but it would be all brick to match what we have currently in the house. And I think I labeled HVAC units. Yeah, there it is. It matches the house, the brick, the style. And those are the existing columns we have. We're just going to match them and move them down.
So you're gonna, the brick columns there, though, the columns will be removed and then moved. Those are the
Correct.
ones that'll be moved.
Correct. That gate and columns have to be removed, and then new fencing will have to be put up in its place. And it would be like, I would love to do brick. That's a question for my husband. But if it's not, it'll be wood as we have at the moment.
Okay. And Candace, is this something that you, staff could work with the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? Because we never talked about the garage. Any other questions? On the garage, I know you asked about the balcony. We already have a Juliet balcony and wrought iron on the back of the house. So we're just copying those materials, that look, onto the garage. I think at the end, I've noted the lights, the little awning roof over the side entrance on the garage. Yeah, I've got all the doors. There's a front door on the house. And these are the existing railings we have already. We're just matching everything that we have. And those are the garage doors. They would be wood, stained, or painted.
Do you have the details of the existing railing?
I have the measurements called out right here.
Okay. Awesome, thank you. Okay. You said you have lights, that is, 50 is the lights?
Yep, the gas or electric lantern, they're going to be at the garage and the side entrance. And I've got the little metal awning on the side garage. And those are the doors we have existing. They're wood. Windsor, that will be full light on the garage door.
Okay.
For the most part, everything's matching. Not introducing anything new.
And slide 49, those are example,
Yep, so that and it has the appearance of being two garage doors, but it's one garage door. And they're solid wood. I think one is cedar, and we'll either stain them or paint them.
is it the hardware that you add in a certain place that makes it appear as two doors? That's advice from the, I guess, staff and maybe our.
Yeah, the old style carriage doors did have two,
Okay.
yeah, like
Okay.
that. Yep.
So the preference would be something similar to the one on the right versus the one on the left?
Yeah, I'm
That
open to your input.
My point is, it appears more because there's hardware there that is two doors versus the one on the left, is my point.
And staff can work with the applicant
Okay.
on correct carriage doors.
All right. Commissioner Wojcik?
The existing fence that you have now, I don't think that that meets our guidelines because we're not supposed to have solid slats up to each other.
Yeah, that was approved through staff review.
Is that?
We can approve a solid, but it has to be broken up in some way. So this is broken up every 6 feet with a post.
Oh,
And
I
then it also has
gotcha.
the
I'm sorry.
sort of void at the top.
Okay.
So there's approvable elements to this.
Thank
you.
What about the gate? The gate didn't have the voids.
I mean, we can
We don't know.
work with the applicant to make it more in compliant.
Okay. Other questions about these other elements, the landscape, the garage, the gates, or the gate, the fence, Commissioner Wojcik?
Oh, would you be willing to explore a bigger tree installation than just the crepe myrtles? Do you think that you could consider that just because the other two oaks are being removed?
Yes, absolutely. I just have to put them someplace else because we have utility lines that run all along the alleyway, along the rear part of our property, and then up the other side of our property.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Okay.
They prepped to run underground back, I don't know, when we bought the house. They prepped, but no one's ever come back. And I don't know why. They did all their prep work. They don't run them underground because they would love to plant some giant trees. But yeah, this poor tree is, the gentleman I've been working with, they keep trimming and it's, every time we have a storm, a limb falls on it. It just runs right through the lines. And they hacked that tree. They took all the large limbs off of the other one. So all is left is, it was two trees grown into one. So all is left is the sad other half of the other tree.
I noticed the pool, thank you, Commissioner Bell. Is that up for review?
Yep, it's on the, it's gonna be my next slide to talk to you guys about, we did the garage, but that was the other piece of the project.
Staff seems to have a question.
Oh, not a question.
Comment.
I think that it was just, I think staff didn't write any comments on the pool because we thought that it was coming back at a later time. Staff can approve pools, so,
You can approve pools?
yeah,
Oh, okay,
so.
perfect.
Yeah, I think all the elements are there for the pool. It's nothing crazy. It's like a plunge pool, 12-inch coping. That's about it.
And do we know where the pool, now that we're talking about it, I'm sorry. Do we
Yeah.
know where the pool equipment is gonna be located? I
Yes.
know you have a blurb there, but
Yeah, it's on the site plan with the trees. I mean, the pool is located on that plan, but then on the tree plantings, keep going. It's the one with all this one, yes. I've got the HVAC equipment and the pool equipment. They're in the blue squares.
oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
The commission wants to add the pool since the information is before you, that's fine. It would, I think that staff was under the impression that the pool would be a separate application in the future. So it's before you, so just work it into your motion if you want to approve it.
Okay.
So is that two? Is there one to the right of the rear section of the garage and then another one?
One's HVAC and one's pool stuff.
Mm.
One's HVAC. Sorry. One's HVAC and one's pool.
They can't be together.
They could be together. I was just trying to be conscious of pool equipment, backyard to backyard was the only reason why the pool equipment is there. And the HVAC, just talking to the mechanical engineer was just a central place, but open to conversation.
I can't remember now. What is to the right of the garage?
On the property behind me, it's a quadplex. It's a 2-story. They've got at least 6 units in there.
Other questions for the applicant? Do the pools and the pool equipment and the HVAC, do they have to be screened?
I would always screen them. I'm familiar with, having worked with historic districts, as a liaison years past. We always, down in Charleston, we always had to have them screened. I just assumed they had to be screened.
So I guess, how will you be screening these?
Yeah, if you go back to the landscape plan, the pool equipment is absolutely, will have screening. And then I haven't figured out the HVAC, but I just presume that I'll have hedges around it because that's the last thing that I would want to see.
The perimeter fence will also act as screening.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Other questions for the applicant before we close for further deliberation?
Just one more. The neighbors that are on the rear of your, the side of your property that are going to be impacted, is one of them not even living in their house? Is one of the houses under like a big renovation?
So I know one of them you approved last year. They are adding on. So the one at the corner is 1.5 stories. The second one's about 2 stories. The next one you all approved last year, they're adding on.
Yeah, that's the one that tree fell on it, I think.
No, the tree is up on the next stretch of Kingston.
Oh, okay.
On the other side of Lenox. And then that last one, she's there, I would say 3 weeks a year. Yeah. She lives in Florida full-time. There's a bunch of medical students that live here. Mr. Van Allen lives here. He was ready to write me a letter. And this is Crosland. They own that property. And this is attorneys.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. So we worked our way through all the reasons this was continued, and I see Commissioner Wojcik feverishly writing away. We also got an opportunity to review the garage and the fence. Thank you for calling that to our attention. And we know that staff can assist us with a lot of the other elements like the fence, the gate, lights, and the pool. So, other thoughts, questions, comments?
Candace was willing to share the pool with us if we want to include it. Do we feel comfortable with that, or should we keep it separate and let her do it?
I think because we had not taken a look at it thoroughly, perhaps we should share that with staff.
Okay.
That's my opinion. If anybody else feels differently, please speak up.
As a separate application, or just we're going to review it part of the permit ready plans? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application as it does meet the standards of our guidelines, design guidelines. We are looking at additions 6.0. I'm sorry, 6.20 for additions to residential structures. And so 8.10 for accessory structures. We would like to have the pool, the fence, and gates to be reviewed with staff.
Lights.
Oh, and lights, during,
Head doors.
in final garage door selections. So is the pool with presented construction documents, and then the rest would be just working with you during the process
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
materials
for materials.
as well. I mean, we look at the materials of the pool as well, so we can work with the
Okay.
applicant on that.
Okay.
You did you say materials?
Well, the applicant's gonna work with staff on materials.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Our next application, yes, absolutely. How long would you like? 5-minute break? Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the April 10th HCC meeting. We are starting now with case number 10, 922 East Park Avenue. And I believe our applicant is joining us virtually. Angie, are you there?
I am. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing? We get to see your face.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing today or not.
Awesome. Okay. This project is the change of the front door at 922 East Park Avenue. The accessory structure was approved at the March 2024 meeting. Angie, you've been sworn in?
I have.
Okay. Can you just state your name and address for the court reporter, and then we can present your case?
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte. So thank you. If you guys remember from the last meeting, we were requesting a change of the front door, and we were to present you either with historical content of what we were looking for, or keep the same door configuration with the two side lights, door, and a transom. And I believe Chris Barth had said that, as one of the commissioners said, that if we could, change maybe the glass in the door, that could be something that was approved. So we did find a door that keeps the transom, side lights, and door. And the only thing that changes is the glass in the door. The transoms are very similar. What we're trying to do is align where the glass is with the bottom of the sill of the windows adjacent to it, and we did find something that was compatible. The door will be custom made, so we can make it to any size and fit. No brick will change. Currently, the side lights are painted. The door, I think, is maybe painted or stained a different color, and we're gonna transition to all stained wood. There you go. So that's what you have before you on slide 12 is the existing. It's got a very scrolled leaded glass that would be reconfigured. And then the door itself would be changed to more glass. It is going to be just a clear glass. There's no leading in the glass. That's pretty much it.
We have no callers.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant? I will say as one commissioner, I think this is a nice compromise based on what was presented and the feedback that was shared for this style of home. So with the panels on the bottom of both the transoms and the door. So thank you for that. Commissioners, any questions or other comments for the applicant? They must feel the same way I do, Angie. No, I'm
Okay,
just kidding.
good.
All right, well, if there are no questions, I guess we can close for deliberation. Yeah, I think this one was pretty straightforward, and from an architectural style standpoint, I think that they took our feedback and implemented it rather well. Is this typical for I guess a colonial?
The single door with the two side lights and the transom is typical of a colonial style architecture.
Okay. But no concerns with the type of glass or amount of glass or anything like that?
And what type of glass it is?
She said it wouldn't be leaded. That's all I heard, but we can reopen. We can reopen. Let's reopen so that Commissioner Whitlock can pose his question.
Yeah, can you describe the glass? And is the glass in the transom the same as the glass in the door and the side lights? It looks different in the picture.
Yeah, that's a Photoshop, just trying to tell you that there is no leading, it's glass. Haven't pinpointed the actual glass yet, but there's no leaded glass.
Just plain,
Just plain glass. It might be a CD glass of some sort, but right now it's just plain clear glass.
okay, okay, thank you.
But while we have it open, I guess I would like for staff to give us maybe some idea of, on this style of home, what type of glass is there a type of glass that we traditionally see or would recommend?
The existing door is typical for this style of architecture, so a leaded glass. In all of the historic districts, we don't approve any kind of CD glass or any kind of glass that has any kind of tint to it or color. So we would just do the low E, which is the lowest E grade glass, plain glass that you can get.
Okay.
And we're fine with just clear glass, just plain glass.
And the arch above is the same.
Yes.
Okay.
It's shaded different. It's just a Photoshop, but the intent is nothing in there.
Okay. I was gonna make a joke, Angie, but I'm not gonna do that.
No, go ahead, go ahead. Tell me.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we reclose for deliberation? All right, let's close again. I mean, this was pretty straightforward. Of course, I would say we would need some more details, specifications, but perhaps they could work with staff on that. Do we think we have enough information and go ahead and float a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve this project per section 410, numbers 1 through 3 for doors. And to work with staff on the details of the type of glass.
Door size.
Door styles, transom.
All right. Oh, wait. Was there another part to this that we? Sorry. We did? Okay.
Yes, the accessory structure was approved at the March 13th meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Bell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wheat. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thanks, Angie.
Thanks. I'm up next.
Thanks, Angie. Angie's going to be hanging out with us for a second because she is also presenting 1910 Ewing Avenue, which was a continued case from March 13th for an accessory structure. And they were requested to restudy and redesign the structure. Comments are made here at the top. Angie, if you could state your name and your address again for the court reporter? Thank you.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road in Charlotte.
Just let me know what slide you'd like to start on, Angie.
Actually, the slide 5. So one of the questions that we were asked to redesign the garage, reduce scale, mass, context. And so what we've done is we went back and actually measured the garage as existing. And there was an application for a demo on this garage, I think, in a previous owner. It was just never demoed. And correct me if I'm wrong, Candace, right?
That's correct. Staff approved it in 2016 and the COA was extended in 2017, but it was never acted upon.
Right. So fast forward 7 years. So we actually, if you zoom in on the bottom left-hand corner of slide 5, you'll see an overlay of the dimensions of the existing garage. To the soffit, or to the top of the gutter, is 8 feet. The door itself is only 6'8". The ridge height in here is roughly between 13.2 and 13.6, somewhere in there. And the doors, as you can see, there are 2 garage doors. These are lift doors. I mean, they're hinge doors, left and right. And so what we've done is just taken the influence from this garage and changed the elevations. So slide 6, if you can, just gives you an insight to just the context of the garage. The garage is going to move. The asphalt ends at the garage. We are not going to extend the asphalt. The extension towards the new location, which is the back left corner, is going to be a paver block, because he still wants to be able to have some type of grass surface, yet drivable. Slide 7, if you will. I'm sorry, slide 8. Slide 8 gives you an insight to what we're thinking as far as the pavers in the back, to still have permeability. There's a tree save for the magnolia tree that's in the middle of the lot. As far as the existing brick pavers that are around the magnolia tree, we haven't gotten there yet, so it's not part of this application. So the concern was also the pool and the trellis. We've removed those from the scope. They are not going to be considered as part of the phase for this, and probably won't be implemented as far as I understand. So the trellis has been removed and the pool has been removed. The scale has been brought down, or the height has been brought down from 22 feet 6 inches to 20 feet 10. The grade does drop, only drops about a couple of feet to the back. And the new garage is still going to be lower than the existing house. The configuration in the previous plan, which was slide, I'm not sure. Anyway, there was a skewed angle, if you can see in the previous March submission, and we have removed that and just did a simple bump. There was also an elevator in here for elderly parents, which we have removed. We just decided that if that was the case, that this was not the location for them. So we removed the elevator, which allowed us to lower the plate height and the ridge height as well. Change some fenestration on the next slide, I believe. No, slide 9, excuse me, slide 9. So the facing the house, which we call the left elevation, you'll see that we've removed the pair of doors. We have one single door going to the upper level, and then created just windows that are facing the house. The window patterns are simulated matching the house. They're 4/1 vertical. And we also are using a 3-panel X carriage style garage door, which is exactly what's there except taller. So instead of a 6'8" door, we are going with an 8-foot tall door. Still have a 9-foot ceiling in the garage for vehicles. And window patterns, windows have changed slightly. Again, because of the reduction in height, we weren't able to get all the windows on the shed dormers. So it really does minimize the impact. Slide number 11, if you will. So slide 11 just gives you the total height. We did reduce, like, again, 22.6 to 20 feet 10 ridge height in comparison to the house. We brought it down 4 feet 3 inches. So it has reduced in scale, massing, context, permeable pavers, roof design, simplicity. It actually looks like what would have been there is a carriage house by adding dormers, getting available head height. We did change the roof pitch from a 10-12 to a 9-12, also allowed us the ability to lower the ridge height in comparison to the ridge of the house. Slide 12 shows the simplification of that bump, still allowing for somebody as a passenger that is in the vehicle on the right to be able to get out on the right-hand side. So that's it. Real simple.
We do not have any online callers, but we do have a speaker in the audience.
All right.
Okay, come up, sir. Have you been sworn in? Have you been sworn in? Okay, if you could say your name and your address for the court reporter. Yep, thank you.
Hi, I'm Thomas Williams, and I live at 1933 Dilworth Road West, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. I was here when this was last on and voiced some objections to the proposed project. And I registered this morning before 10 o'clock to note that I wish to object again. I will change the focus of my objections because you may recall, if you were here last time, that the focus then or my sincerely held concerns that this project, whether as minimally revised or as initially proposed, is setting the stage for flooding at my house. Can we go to the one slide that shows the relation of adjacent properties to this, just so you have context again as to who I am and why I'm concerned?
You'll take your mic with you if you're gonna walk.
Sure. Okay. This is my house on Dilworth Road West. You can see where it places here on this slide. You can see in green the project in front of you for approval, or the location rather of the project for approval at 1910 Ewing. You can see that right beside 1910 Ewing is 1914 Ewing. And you'll notice something unique about 1914 Ewing, and that is there's a large structure behind 1914 Ewing. It was constructed or designed rather by the same architect firm we have here with 1910. I was concerned when I saw the proposal for 1910 Ewing that's in front of you as item 11 on the agenda, because as I mentioned previously, I had flooding twice in my basement, several feet deep, before I sunk a boatload of money into fixes that would, at least for the conditions that were then and there existing, address that problem and keep it from happening again. And it worked wonderfully and still has, despite what they built at 1914, which is, for all practical purposes, call it what you wish. It's a house behind a house, and it's got a lot of concrete around it. I wish I had an aerial view for you to see it Feel free to look if you wish, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And when I saw the proposal for 1910 come through my mail, I was alarmed because I thought, here we go again. The structure at 1914 Ewing next door literally looms over my backyard. And it's like I went to work one morning and came home and Mount Vesuvius had erupted there. It's huge. And now they want to put something similar next door. And I've heard what the architect has said. It was almost couched as though we're merely going to finally demo the little thing that was approved to be demoed, and we're kind of moving it back to the left rear corner. Pretty simple. And that's not what's happening. The same architect you just heard from spoke last time in March here and described that structure that they want to demo as pretty small, barely big enough for one car. And that's probably accurate. And it hasn't caused me any problems. And I don't care if they knock it down. What they are proposing to do is put another building behind a building, a 2-car garage, with the bump out, the workout room, the bathroom. They've gotten rid of the elevator. I heard they're going to set aside the trellis. I didn't hear that there'll be no patio. Maybe they're going to get rid of that too. I don't know. But I do know that my concerns about where this water's going to run that can't now go into a backyard because there's a building behind that building need to be addressed to the stormwater services people, which I will do. But I hope, repackage my concerns in a context that tracks your concerns as the group you are, with reference to the Charlotte Historic District Design Standards, 8.10 for accessory buildings. Y'all know more than I do about what all that means. I've read it, but I know it. Any accessory building must clearly be secondary to the main structure. And as I understand it, that's secondary per height, footprint, scale, and mass. And what I don't know is if you lower the height just below the existing structure, have you checked the box to make this an accessory structure? Or are you still putting a building behind a building? That is not what's contemplated by an accessory structure. If the footprint is a square foot less, have you checked the box? Or are you really putting a building behind a building and not being true to the intent of what an accessory building is supposed to be? I've heard y'all talk a lot today and in the meeting last month about context as well. And I have to concede, when it comes to context, by gosh, this thing they want to build here at 1910 is in context with what they built at 1914. And I hope, though, that 1914 Ewing isn't now the standard for what we're going to build in Dilworth. I mean, if you want to have a 2-car garage with a workout room and a bathroom, fine. There's lots of places where that blends. But you moved to Dilworth for a reason, probably, in the historic district, probably. And it shouldn't be changed to this extent. This should not become the standard or the context that you look at. I mean, I hope it's not. So I'm going to stop now. I'm not going to repeat everything I said about the flooding that I'm very concerned about, because again, I know I need to take that elsewhere. But I have other concerns that I think can be directed to you that I have just tried to relay to you now.
All right, thank you. Angie, would you like to respond to?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Williams. We certainly understand your concern for water management, and it is not our intent to throw water onto your property. There is a natural topography, not just from this particular lot, but through the entire block, as the natural topography does slope down towards your particular site. You know, we will do what we can to mitigate any distribution of water unnecessarily. I know there's standards in place right now with zoning just for water management. And I know that we are certainly under the minimum or the maximum requirement for that. And so the intent is to not disrupt anything. If you do look at the photos, it's pretty vegetated back there, which also helps with water. And slide 6, if you will, you can, and slide 5. So the bottom right-hand corner of slide 5 is the back corner of the property. You could see it's pretty vegetated back there, and the intent is to not disrupt a lot of the vegetation. Which also helps with water runoff. And please don't hold against me today what was done 10, 12 years ago or so for 1914. They were different times, different review process. You know, that while it's a similar firm, it was a previous firm that I was a partner with. And so, I am the residential designer for this particular project, and we take all of our projects very serious, not just the lot that we're working on, but its surroundings. So the intent is to not disrupt any water flow, that's naturally there, but it will be mitigated. There's means and methods to contain water, gutters, downspouts. There's other ways that you can help that process. And, for some of the zoning staff, Candace, if you can chime in too, I know that there's, other structures on that street that Ewing, just, a couple houses down, we have another ADU that was approved 3 months ago of a similar footprint on a similar size lot that is just at 1926 Ewing. So as far as scale, massing, and a 2-car garage is not something that is, an overdone accessory building here. It's certainly meets the intent of the design standards. Its location on the property is the best suited for this. We've also done the paver blocks to not have an immense amount of impervious surface, which will also help with the mitigation of water. If you look at our site plan slide, I believe it was number 6, you'll see the paver block system that we're putting in. Number 8, I'm sorry, Candace, number 8. So, the intent is to manage our own water. But if there's other concerns, Mr. Williams, that you have, I'd be absolutely happy to discuss them with you in more detail. But I hope that my involvement with this project and many others in the historic district is to absolutely follow the spirit of the design standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it hasn't been consistent that it's been your desire to follow the standards. And not the only, but one concern I had when I saw the plans for 1910 Ewing is the way that your firm got approval for 1914, and it had provisions to deal with allowing permeability that were flatly ignored when the project was implemented. And
Excuse me, Mr. Williams. Excuse me, Mr. Williams. I believe we have to continue hearing this case. You've had an opportunity to state your remarks, and the applicant was able to respond. So now we need to be able to ask questions of the applicant.
I'm sorry, I thought y'all were done with that. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add for the commission is if there are any new points, speakers are welcome to provide that. But if it's becoming a repetition of the same points, it is within the purview of the commission to ask speakers to stick to any new information that they can provide the commission.
Yeah, thank you, Attorney Hewitt. So, Mr. Williams, is there any additional information, new information that you would like to share? Other than what's been shared thus far?
There's nothing new.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Walker, I believe you had a question?
I didn't have a question. I was just going to respond to his concerns, but if that's not appropriate.
I would advise the commission. Apologies. I would advise the commission that if there are any issues that the applicant or any speaker has with process or as it relates to regulations such as the UDO, that either the applicant or those speakers have a conversation with staff. Given that the commission is here in a quasi judicial format, I would not want you guys to be confused as providing advice or providing any decisions or binding information on applicants prior to you having the opportunity to have a full consideration and discussion about how you would move forward on a case.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. Questions for the applicant? I totally lost track of where we were in this process. Oh, my goodness. Okay. If there are no other questions, I guess we can go ahead and close for deliberation.
We have no other speakers as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, commissioners. The reason we continued this application was asking the applicant to restudy and redesign the accessory structure in order to make it clearly secondary to the primary structure per standard 8.10, number 3, and the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5. So I guess my question plainly is, do we feel that the adjustments and redesign that has been done addresses and makes the structure more secondary, makes it clearly secondary to the primary structure? I see head nodding of yes. And yeses and yeses.
Yes, I believe so.
If the commissioners could just voice their agreement or disagreement for the record so that the court reporter can capture that.
Yes.
I agree.
Agree.
Okay. Well, in that case, are there any other issues or matters that we feel have been revealed that need to be addressed? Because this was the only item that we requested of the applicant. And if it's been addressed, then do we have a motion?
I will make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve this application because the project does meet the following design guidelines, which would be 8.1 or 8.10, number 3, and Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion?
Just a note in the staff analysis, we might want to include window specifications. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, and doors.
I would like to ask the applicant to work with staff on the following specifications needed for the windows and doors, and any minor changes can be approved by staff.
Do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Change?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Our next application is 1640 Dilworth Road East. I believe the applicant is in the room.
Matt, one quick question. Am I able to get a transcript of this proceeding that was just held in case I need to wait?
I'm sorry, we are not open for comments. If you would like to reach out to staff, you can certainly do that.
I'll contact the staff and get a question.
You- Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, the next case is 1640 Dilworth Road East. This project is a brick fence and site work. This is before you because of the unique circumstances of the lot. Have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Could you state your name and address for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Scott DeBoer, 919 Exchange Street. Scott DeBoer, 919 Exchange Street, Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Yeah, again, this is a unique lot. They would like a 5-foot tall brick fence with a 6-foot, 7-inch planting strip between the public right-of-way and the fence. And if you just want to talk about the project, and the slides are behind you, and take your mic with you if you're going to walk up to the screen or not.
Okay, yeah, so this project is unique that it's a corner lot. Architecturally, we've found that the front of the house actually faces Islesworth. I'm not sure if there's a picture of that or not. Right, so I guess this first picture here on the left, obviously the shrubbery is a little overgrown. It's been since trimmed. But there is, if you go to the last slide, or the last slide, the slide 8, I guess, or 9. Yeah, 8, that one. If you scroll down. Right, so there's existing concrete walkway that goes up to the front door that would remain. There's an existing brick patio that will remain, except it will be reduced slightly just because it's a little large for scale now. So the brick wall that we're proposing is along Dilworth Road. There's existing brick steps that go up to a small concrete walkway that we would hope to replace with brick pavers. And then we have a wing wall along the brick wall that covers the HVAC units and the proposed irrigation backflow.
And you're also proposing this patio as well, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And an example of the brick fence and the patio material that exists are on the top left-hand side of slide 8.
Yeah, so the brick fence detail would be similar to that one, which is just around the corner at Berkeley and Lexington, with the airflow and columns.
Okay. I don't believe we have any callers on the line.
Okay. The steps you mentioned that are existing, they are not being, they're going to remain.
They will
Is that
remain,
correct?
yes.
Okay. And what makes this property unique, I believe, is the shape of the property, not that it's a corner lot, correct?
Well, it's unique in the fact that I think at one point it was a duplex,
Okay,
but it's a single family home now.
okay. And it's pie shaped.
It is pie shaped, yeah.
Okay. Question, Commissioner Bell?
Candace, can you go to slide 8, please? I just want to be sure. So the fence is, sorry, if you can go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. So the fence is just along, what is that, Dilworth East?
Yeah, so the fence would be from the corner of the house and there's the wing wall here to block the HVAC. It would run here and then turn down the property, and then the neighbor's fence actually picks up their wood fence. So we would just terminate our wall at that point.
This project would otherwise be staff approval, but given the unique circumstances of the lot, that's why it's before you today.
Is it because even, because there was a note that the address is Dilworth East, so that would make that the front yard. Okay. And then in the 8.64, it talks about fence heights in the front yard, if I'm reading this right, not being more than 30 inches?
Yes.
And this is supposed to be 5 feet? Okay.
So now orientation comes into play, right? Because it sounds like the front door is facing a different street.
Yeah.
So how do we determine which one is the front yard?
That's why it's before you. The address is Dilworth, I'm not trying to be silly, but the address is Dilworth Road East, but the front door actually faces Islesworth.
Yeah, I mean, practically, if you go out there, the front door is on Islesworth. I mean, it's maybe different in plan or in the postal system, but you go to the house and it faces Islesworth.
So we would be making our decision based on the front door being Islesworth.
It's up to the commission to determine how they want to proceed with this application. Just to note that in your motion, if you were to make one, that you need to state the unique circumstances of the lot in whatever.
And just to add, I think staff can provide a little more context about previous projects, because if my memory serves me, there was a previous project that was approved in this to place a garage in that rear area. It is not within the purview of the commission to make a determination about what should be the front door, the front yard, the rear yard, the address, or anything like that. Those addressing concerns are for other entities to determine. As such, any motions that you would make moving forward should be based on the unique characteristics, or whatever you would determine to be the unique characteristics of the property itself, not necessarily making determinations of what is the front, what is the rear of a particular structure, or what should be the address, where should the address be of a particular property.
I agree with you about the address piece. I'm not sure we're able to not consider what's the front yard and backyard when we are looking at our standards.
And so that's why I say part of this is probably asking for staff to provide more context on the previous project, because my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Candace, that in a previous project, the applicants at the time provided a particular information about what was the front versus the back of their property. And instead of making a determination of what it was, the commission just moved forward with the information as they were presented. And so looking at that, again, saying it wouldn't be within your purview to make those particular determinations, but understanding how you have proceeded previously and remaining consistent with that, as well as taking into account whatever information or whatever testimony has been presented to you that may make this particular circumstance different from others, that would be important as you move forward for your determination.
So it would be okay for us to say in our motion that we are considering Ellsworth to be the front of the house? Or are you saying we cannot do that? Because for me, that we would never say that we're gonna say put a brick fence that's 5 feet in the front yard. I mean,
I understand. I think the unique issue with this particular, and I think it's been highlighted by multiple commissioners, is sort of the dissonance to a certain extent of where the address may be read as versus where what would be considered the front door of the home is located. And so that's why, as to the extent of where a particular address is or not, that wouldn't be within your purview. Now, as far as determining for one purpose or another, what is your front versus what is your rear, if you are going to move forward and do that, what I would advise is to remain consistent with how you've done it previously. And in that, it would be staff that would need to advise you on how the commission previously moved forward with a project on this particular address.
okay, thank you.
So previously, the existing garage was approved by the commission on March 11th in 2020. And at the time, the argument by the applicant was that this is their rear yard. That the current location of the existing garage is in the rear of their lot.
I'm so confused as where the front of this house is.
Can I just ask you? If I understand, you're saying that when they got, that was approved, it was approved because it was determined to be the back of the house?
I think the argument was made at the time that this was the back of the house
Okay.
by the applicant. You can see that there is a curb cut right here. I can pull it up on Google, but this is where the original driveway was. And when they requested the existing garage, it was moved from, the driveway was moved from this location along Dilworth to this location along Isleworth.
Are we supposed to take that into account? That what happened previously? I mean, how do we?
I think that what the attorneys are advising is just to be consistent. And so in the past, the argument was made that that was the rear and that's why the garage ended up where it's located now. So I think it's just about consistency. However, if you're moving in a different direction, you need to solidify that in your motion that it's because of the unique circumstances of this lot that you've allowed a 5-foot fence along Dilworth Road, and that it's not setting a precedence, but it's just the unique circumstances of this lot.
Can you go to slide 5, I think it is, the one with the site, yeah, there, and just kind of zoom in on the site. I wasn't on the commission that approved that as being determined that to be the backyard, but looking at that right now, I would have no problem that, determining that the front of the house is on Isleworth. But, and I think it would make a lot of sense to allow them to do that, given that if that's the front, then that's the back, and they could, I mean, who knows who could live there and just have a mess in their backyard. And I don't think it's, but if you're asked, I mean, I just can't, the garage seems to be in a logical spot, for the orientation of the house. How it got there doesn't, I mean, I don't really know how to take that into account with what I'm seeing, but just, this commissioner would say it makes sense for that wall to be approved for that designation and that situation.
Yeah, so consistency. That's mentioned a lot of times. Consistent by, according to what? Consistent that whatever the applicant comes and tells us is what we base our decision off of? Or how we made a decision previously on this address, the orientation we made, decision we made based on the orientation previously at this address. Where does the consistency?
I understand. Consistency, and when we ask you about remaining consistent with your determinations, really means that when you see an applicant, when you see, for example, two applicants in the same or similar circumstances, that you give them the same or similar consideration. And if the facts of those particular cases are almost identical, that your result ought to be the same. And so when we're thinking about consistency, you're thinking about the facts of each particular case as they relate to, for example, another. More often than not, the cases that you, and this is why we say you're not setting precedents, each address has a completely different, and each project is different. So it is generally rare that you will find two particular projects that present the very same set of circumstances. However, in this particular situation, you can potentially look at what was done previously and see if those circumstances are substantially similar to what is going on as it's being presented to you today, and make a determination of whether or not your result should be substantially similar in that format.
Okay, thank you. So I going back to similar cases, we had this similar situation before.
I wouldn't say, or I'll defer to staff to that, but I think these two projects are slightly different in that in the previous project, you were being asked for the placing of a garage, whereas in this particular project, you're being asked for the placing of a fence. However, technically speaking, both projects could potentially include the question of what is the rear of the property.
That was really a question for Candace. Is there another project that we have had like this?
I cannot necessarily think of one off the top of my head, but we have in the past made decisions where you have put into your motion, it's because of the unique circumstances of the lot.
I'll be honest, what is the orientation of the house, okay, I get it. To me, the front of the house is Ellsworth, but it's the location of the garage. Like, that's not the backyard. So how did, but that's not part of this application, so.
I'm with Whitlock. I wasn't here when that garage was approved. I think I've walked by this house a million times. When I walk by it, I've been in the house next door to it. The backyard is you can't convince me that the backyard is on the garage is the backyard. The backyard is right there. I mean, it just, anybody walking up to it's gonna say that's the backyard. And the garage has been approved. I'm not thinking about that. I'm walking by it and I'm saying, all right, yeah, there's the backyard.
Oh, you're saying that over there is the corner, the backyard?
Where they want to put the patio is the back. I mean, that's clearly the front of the house. I mean,
Not behind that house is the backyard.
behind that house is the backyard.
Okay, I'm like, what are we talking about? That's not, that's in the backyard.
Just go out the back door and you'll be right there.
Yeah.
So I was on the commission, there being some stress on the homeowner's part by having the garage sit further back in what you would imagine is the back of the yard, because that was going to eliminate their backyard. So I'm just saying what I remember off the top of my head.
They did get their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, so I'm looking at our guidelines and it says that we allow 5-foot fencing inside yards. So whether or not that's the back or the side,
Side yards.
it's
It's clearly not the front.
not the front. It's, so if the front is to the left and the back is to the right, it's actually the side yard that they're asking. That's the side yard.
Okay.
And no matter which circumstance it is, whether or not the back is to the right or the back is straight ahead, it's still the side yard.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
I'm gonna
Please do.
change gears here. The fence that you have a picture of on there, are you proposing to match that exactly with the cast stone and double width? I mean, is that what is proposed?
So our goal, our goal is to match the brickwork, not with the cast stone on the top.
Okay,
So it'd just be a brick roll-off on the top.
all right. And then, but those pavers that you have proposed, are those existing or are those proposed? They're
Those-
on the site now.
Those are proposed, but they would be in the backyard.
Whatever that is.
Okay.
How do you know? Yeah, I
Is
don't.
there a
That's
gate? There's a gate at the top of the existing stairs, right?
proposed gate.
What does that look like?
So that would just be a simple iron gate that we would probably work with the staff on as far as style and design.
Just to clarify, there is an existing patio beside the garage. And this blue stone, is this not what is existing on site right now?
There's pieces of that in that area, but there's also some old brick in a basket weave.
Okay,
It's
I was
kind of
just
all
trying
over
to
the place.
clarify it, that this was on the site, because that's what.
There's stone that's similar to that on the site,
On the site,
just not that whole patio that you just referenced.
okay.
That is a concrete paver, correct?
It is.
Yeah. What does our guidelines say about concrete pavers?
I mean, staff would approve a concrete paver in the rear yard,
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not substantially visible,
right behind a fence.
right? So. Oh, I think. I'm good, thanks.
The pavers are replacing current basket weave brick, correct?
No, the pavers would be replacing concrete. If you zoom in on the new paver patio, Candace, in the backyard there, you can see a hashed line. So there's existing concrete that comes here and then goes around a bush and then to the basement steps that would be removed. Assuming it's the backyard.
Right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Clear as mud?
It's my favorite saying.
All right. Let's close for deliberation. Okay.
So,
This is, can I talk? This is quite a unique lot. I will give that to the homeowner, but it also needs to be stated that it was purchased as a unique lot, so it comes with its own, it's a package deal. So we're all trying to figure this out in a way that is fair to you, but it is also appropriate for the space that lot exists within. I personally am a little uncomfortable with that 5-foot wall on Dilworth Road, given that Dilworth Road is what in some ways appears to be where that house fronts. There is a door that faces Dilworth Road East on that house, right? So it does have the appearance of, in some ways, being the front of the house. That height of a brick wall on that road right there would be completely unprecedented, number one. And I'm just concerned about how that would just look on the whole entire street. There's just nothing like it anywhere.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor?
So I'm actually okay with the brick wall, and I think there are samples of the, I don't know where that picture was taken, but I think on Berkeley, there's 5-foot brick wall on a corner lot, if I'm not mistaken. What I'm struggling with, and plus the brick wall is about where those arborvitae are, so it's like 7 or 8 feet, 6, 8 feet off the sidewalk. So there's a pretty good size buffer there of landscape. So as one commissioner, I'm fine with the wall. It's the pavers that I'm struggling with, because y'all know I'm convinced this is the backyard, and but it is not. It is visible, particularly if it's an iron gate. You're going to see those concrete pavers, which I think we would not approve in a front yard if it's visible. If it's in a backyard and visible, we would probably approve it, but invisible or not visible. But you're going to see that walking by with a open gate like that in particular.
But you said it was a backyard.
It is the backyard.
I think it's a unique lot.
It is the backyard, but our standards say you can use Trex or whatever if it's not substantially visible. If it's not substantially visible in the backyard, this is not that. This is visible. It's in the backyard, but it is visible.
Is it substantially visible?
The wall does a lot, and if it was a solid gate, you could argue that it's substantially not visible if the gate's closed. But I think
you can always fall back on traditional materials, brick or poured concrete.
the unique lot is, it's an oddball, but I think it is, if it wasn't an oddball, I would be fine with the concrete pavers. It's just, or maybe it's a solid gate that hides it. I don't know.
Where do you think there's a brick wall?
Commissioner Walker, could you turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Very sorry. Where do you think there's a brick wall? I'm trying to remember.
I think it's Berkeley and not the first right. If you go down Dilworth Road, you turn left on Berkeley, not Lafayette's the first right. What's the next one?
Carlton? Lexington?
Maybe Lexington. It's under construction now. And I think the house across the street from that has a brick wall also.
Mm. No.
I like Candace's reminder to us, though. We can always fall back on traditional materials. Especially if it's gonna be visible.
No, there's
Oh,
just one
next
little
street down.
foot tall wall on Berkeley and I think that's Carlton.
Carlton.
It's about a foot high.
What's that house on the right. Go down Carlton. See that wall on the right? Oh, the right.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like it has fencing, iron.
Yeah, the front, that little front piece there.
There's sections that are pierced in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not actually set back. That one's not actually set back as far from the sidewalk as the proposed.
How far is this street from where we're talking about Dilworth West?
Just a few
Dilworth East?
blocks, 4 blocks maybe. That's the side of the house.
Commissioner Bell, are you getting at the context?
Yes.
Well, in our subject property, it's either the rear yard or the side yard, which would be similar if this is the side yard.
So I have I don't know if this is for staff or the attorney. Based on the conversation we had before about the garage and there was a driveway into something which makes it seem like that door that now seems like the back door might have been the front door. Is that, and then things change and now, I guess that in context with the address, is that anything to bring into consideration as it possibly used to be the front yard and whoever decided that now they wanted to enter it a different way and change the driveway entrance or anything? Does that question make sense?
I think so. If I may have just a moment to kind of think on that answer, because I think what you're asking, and let me just repeat it back to you to make sure I'm understanding your question, is should you take into consideration a potential previous condition of which you may not have received testimony of where it originally was, or maybe you have? And how does that affect your determination today about what you may or may not allow?
I think so. And like if I decide that in my house, what is the front door is now the back door, and now the back door is the front door. Because I made that decision, even though my address is typically based off of front doors and therefore front yards, but I just decided I wanted to like change the configuration. Is that something to take in consideration in making the decision on, because the owner or whoever just decided to do something different? Does that make?
No, that makes sense. And thank you so much for clarifying. If I may have a few moments just to review what we have available and also consult with also Ms. Sanchez-Myers just to make sure that we're in agreement with what our guidance is going to be as to that particular piece of evidence and how you can consider it.
So I think, just like Commissioner Wojcik said, we can be consistent with that previous decision to designate the garage in the backyard because the fence could be approved for a side yard based on this. So it can be approved either way. We're being consistent whether we want to or not.
I would ask the commission to take a look at the fence on the screen and just notice how many solid and voids are in this particular close proximity fence. Just to take note. Thank you.
And is there any way to tell, or people who've been there about how tall this is. I have no perception of that.
I'd say it's 5 feet.
Okay. Other thoughts, commissioners?
You count the
Well,
bricks.
I just think it goes back to the uniqueness of the lot, not
I
to
just
keep repeating the same thing, but
imagine where it'd come on my.
to Commissioner Bell's point, like if someone decided I now want to call my back door, my front door, but your home was oriented so your back door was still clearly a back door, like it's really the uniqueness of this lot. And I don't think there's another lot like it. So to me, it's almost, they can call the front and the back, but we're sort of examining it based on not even necessarily their use of it, but just how this lot connects with its own, like how it connects with Dilworth Road East. And yeah, I think the fence is a side or back fence.
I think it's good for us because it doesn't really matter where the front door is. There was 2 front doors, now one is the dominant front door. And no matter what that situation is, we're either dealing with the side or the rear. So if we reference that back to our guidelines, we can't make a mistake.
Okay. So, while we wait for council,
Should we talk about the pavers some more?
yes,
I would like to talk about the pavers some more. I agree with, I keep calling everybody by their first names. Commissioner Taylor, I don't think that we would, I mean, I feel like if the staff would approve it, then we should just separate it and let them approve it, or we need to hold them to what would typically be a traditional material.
yes. I agree. Especially that is gonna be visible from it's a corner lot too, so. I agree. Anybody disagree?
I do not disagree.
Okay.
To answer Commissioner Bell's question, I think if you've received testimony about the previous conditions, which I believe you have at the time from Candace about where the curb cut and where the driveway used to be previously, that is something you can consider as any other piece of evidence that has not previously been objected to for any other reason. How you weigh that is it's really what's going to be the determining factor here. One potential way to think about it, there are multiple ways to think about this project. I think other commissioners have offered the potential to think about this particular proposal in this parcel as the addition of a fence on a side yard. That can be something the commission can think about. One other potential way to think about it is that in a previous project, you were evaluating where to place a garage, which may be different than where to place a particular fence. You may consider those 2 projects essentially different for your consideration today. Or you may consider that in a previous application in the same property, you followed along with how the applicant at the time presented the configuration of the property. Ultimately, what your decision has to be based on is your standards and how unique or how different or peculiar a particular property is. I think many commissioners have voiced the opinion that this particular property is incredibly unique by virtue of its size and how it's basically exposed from pretty much all possible sides. That may be something that the commission considers as well, and if any moving forward can incorporate into a motion. The final piece that I just want to provide you a reminder with is that whatever a property owner considers to be front, side, back, that is a separate consideration from what you see, what the context has been provided to you, and how you consider this project. Because at the end of the day, the certificate of appropriateness is going to run with this property, not with this particular property owner and how they believe their property is configured. And so ultimately, you have to base your decision on the property itself, because whatever changes you approve or not will be made onto this land and will run with this land unless and until a future applicant brings you something to do something different with this particular property. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. And so I think if Candace, you can go back to, was it Carlton Road, Street, Avenue? And so like there's splits in that, right, with wrought iron or something on the side? So if we're using this as context, and, you know, how would the commissioners feel about not being a solid brick wall down Dilworth, but something that is broken up?
Where's the brick wall that he's showing us a picture of that is his
you know,
representation of what they want to build? I mean, I thought it was in the neighborhood.
Right. Oh, that's it. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, that's literally 4 or 5 blocks from the subject property.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So as Commissioner Wojcik mentioned, either way, we're dealing with the side yard. Or backyard. So we have a fence and we have a patio before us. Is there anything else
I think we have a gate that we don't
in a gate?
see yet.
Oh, yeah, we need the gate. What is the gate gonna look like?
Work that with staff possibly.
Yeah. They can work with staff to provide the gate materials and details, specifications. Okay. But then that brings us to the patio. There's been discussion, since it will be visible, perhaps recommending that they go with traditional materials. Does the commission agree with that, or?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Was there anything else that we needed to consider? Let's see. So we got the fence. And we don't have the details on the fence, correct? We just have, we have a picture, but we don't know the exact measurements and all of the proposed elements, because if I'm not mistaken, the top part of that picture is not what they're looking to implement. It's just brick.
Yes, I believe the applicant said it was going to be a roll-lock. So staff can work with them on.
Staff
on
can
that.
work with them. Perfect. sidewalks and parking, that was mentioned. What? In the staff notes.
I think staff was just directing you to some standards. There's no parking or
Okay.
in this project.
Okay. Oh, well, like walkways,
Yeah, maybe that.
walkways.
Agreed.
I got it. Okay, so considering all of that, it sounds like we're in agreement, and staff is willing to help with some of the work with the applicant on a lot of the specifications for the materials that they are looking to implement. Do we have a motion that we would like to put forward?
Chairperson Hawkins, I believe Commissioner Walker had raised her hand to provide additional comments, but I wasn't sure if she still wanted to speak.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't see you.
Oh, yeah, I was just curious, there's a redwood tree, which I can't, we're not open, but I've never heard of a redwood tree in Charlotte.
Would you like to open? We could
Could I?
open.
I'm just, yeah, just
We are now
quick
reopened.
curiosity. Like, as in a redwood tree you'd find in California, redwood tree?
Yes, my client grew it from seed.
Wow,
Yeah. There's a couple of them in Charlotte.
are there?
Recommend planting one though. They get big.
And so is that where it is now, or is that where it's going to be?
That's where we're moving it to.
So where is it, just so I could drive by and look at it?
I think currently it's in a planter on the front porch, or
Oh.
I think he may have planted it to the left of the front door. But we're planning on moving it so it has a little bit more space to grow.
Great, thank you.
Which front door?
Oh, no.
That one.
Commissioner Woodlock. May staff ask a question? I believe there's also some boulders that are being relocated. Are they currently on the site?
Yes.
Okay. And they're being removed or relocated to this area right here?
Yes, in fact, 6 of the hollies that are kind of around that existing patio are extending down towards the proposed location for the red bed. So we're actually relocating some hollies back up closer to that side yard to give him a little bit of privacy in his sunroom. And it's also going to open up the corner of Dilworth and Islesworth for, just visual traffic, et cetera.
Okay, we will now reclose. So commissioners, do we have a motion that we would like to make?
Do it.
Commissioner Wojcik, thank you so much.
Woo. I move to approve this application because the project is incongruous
Is not in.
is not incongruous with our design standards. Based on 8.7 for fencing and walls. We are allowing the construction of a brick wall 5 feet tall in the area that the applicant is requesting because it meets our standards. We would like the applicant to consider the use of traditional materials for the rear patio if it is going to be visible from the side entry, but to work with staff on final finish materials and final dimensions for the new fence / brick wall. Also, those standards would be 8.2, number 1 and number 2, the landscaping lawn, 8.4, number 6 and 10, and standard 8.6, number 4. Oh, and to provide dimensions for the proposed patio.
Could we also mention,
Oh, in the gate. and to submit gate designs to staff. Yes.
Could we also mention the special circumstances, the irregularity of the lot
Yeah.
size or circumstance?
The lot of the subject property is unique to itself and presents itself with its own requirements and is not precedence for decisions that we would make on other properties.
I would just suggest adding that the commission is moving to approve this due to the unique location, size, and shape of the particular lot.
Okay. The commission is moving to approve this based on the unique shape and size and orientation of the lot.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, you think we can only get through one more?
Okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. You only think we can get through one more? Okay. So cases 14 and 15 will be heard at the beginning of the May meeting. That's case 14, 821 Woodruff Place, and case 15, 224 Grandin Road will be heard at the beginning of the May meeting. Thank you. Our next application is 1400 Dilworth Road, and I believe they are joining us virtually.
And let the record show that Commissioner Whitlock is recused.
Recused. Thank you. Tim, are you online?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
No.
No. Okay, so we'll need to swear you in first.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, this project is again 1400 Dilworth Road. It is the addition of some landscape features, a bluestone border around the front yard, and also an existing replacement of existing patio and the replacement of on the south side, I'm sorry, or on the north side, and then the replacement of another existing patio on the south side. Tim, if you would state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know which slides you would like to start on.
Okay. My name is Tim Daniel. I'm with Callaway and Associates, 122 East Fisher Avenue, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27401.
And Tim, are you able to turn on your camera?
Well, oh, here we go. Maybe this is it right here. Oh, is that working?
We do see you. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Let me know
All
which
right,
slide
very
you'd like
good.
to start on.
Okay. Let's see. Let me show you what we're trying to achieve, if that's okay, first on item number 1, which is the bluestone banding. If we could look at slide number 7. Let's see.
Your slides are probably different than our slides.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Size.
All right. Continue that one right there.
Okay. Slide number 12.
Okay, slide number 12. So these are examples using a slightly wider border that we've done in other locations. We have also, so it's an at-grade bluestone border that we use on occasion to sort of outline a lawn to make it a little bit more formal. As you can see, it's only prominent. It's basically even with the blades of grass. And the first one there to the left is actually on 1032 Granville in Charlotte. It's in the rear of the property. And the other two, there's Burlington and Chevy Chase, Maryland there. Now let's see if we can go to the one, let's see, probably the one previous. Yeah, if we could go to, well, no, let's go to the two previous to that. And that shows you sort of the configuration. What you don't see here is the topo lines showing that the front lawn is higher than the street by about 3 feet or more. And you also don't see the proposed landscaping, which it will have a fair amount of landscaping in the front as part of the landscape renovation. And so the border will actually be ringed by a low hedge as well to the outside of the border. So it'll be very, in our opinion, very lovely from the inside of the property and from the house looking out, but it should be virtually invisible from the street should that be of any concern. So that's item number one. I don't know if we want to take this point by point, or should I just speak to all of the pieces first?
Yes, do all of the pieces first and then the commission will.
Okay, let's see. So without knowing the number of slides here, item number 2 is the North Berkeley side of the property where we're proposing to resurface, yep, that one right there, resurface the existing fieldstone pattern bluestone to a more formal angular pattern that you see there on the left. The footprint, I don't know if you can see, if you can zoom in there on the right, you will see a dashed curved line. You see that dashed curved line there. And it's called out as existing stone terrace. That is the confines of the terrace presently. So we're only going to expand it by just a touch. Now, we're keeping the same materials, but it is on mortar. It's a mortared existing terrace. Let's see, you can go to the next slide would be, I think the next one, the next page. Yeah, there you go. That's the existing. So it is on a mortar bed. So that would have to be demolished in order to change out the pattern. And this is all at the owner's request. They really prefer this other look for their home. And this also, from the Berkeley standpoint, which is the slide previous to this, it's that area also, let's see here. Yeah, maybe number 15 there. Now I see your slide numbers. What was that one? Yeah, so that you can see the big tree there that's mentioned on my plan. The terrace is on the other side of that, and some of that landscaping, most of that out towards the street will remain, but some of it will change, and whether it matters or not, this terrace is virtually invisible from the street and will remain so. Feel that? All right, the third item. Let's see here. Get rid of this. Uh-oh. I still got you? Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
it's
Some little something just happened there. All right, the third item is basically to take that same rectilinear look and to replace brick, wire cut brick pavers that are presently laid in a sand bed on the south side of the house, shown there. And as part of that, we're wanting to redo. If you could go to the very last slide, I want to see if we were able to add that one. We are wanting to, you see the oh shoot, that isn't it. I don't know if Marilyn was able to add my addendum. There it is, wonderful. Wonderful. You see there the existing look of the terrace with the existing steps. We're wanting to both change the surfacing of the the treads there and the top landing, and also delete the returns that are taking up space due to they're basically steps to nowhere. So we're wanting to make that narrower. There's also utility area next to that. There we're wanting to maintain a shrub border or at least a vine border between this part and this utility area. And believe it or not, every inch counts. So removing that return there would actually benefit that little part of the project, which has already been approved at staff level tremendously. So those are the three items.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Sure.
I don't believe we have any online callers for this application.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Walker has a question.
Yeah, sure, thank you. Can you tell me approximately how far the tree is that's adjacent to the north side patio that you're replacing?
It is approximately 10 feet.
Okay, and do you think there should be a tree protection plan for that?
Well, we have had Arborscapes, who is now, well, they've just changed their name. Mr. Diffley, the arborist for them, did a report for us, which I can make available to staff regarding that tree. He said the tree is very healthy. Just summarizing, he's recommending that we do some pruning of dead wood out of the top, possibly some deep root aeration, and then a whatever tree protection we can provide during construction. And he felt, again, it's in the report, that the tree was healthy enough. If we did these things, it should have no problems with the construction. So that's that. Yeah, I have that report.
Thank you. Another question I have is, I think the size, it looks like it's pretty much about the same size, except for maybe 8 inches or so bigger all the way around from the schematic you showed us.
Mhm.
And then the one that's on the north side remains the same, right?
Well, if we get approval to take off those returns, it would narrow by approximately 14 inches on both sides.
Right, okay. And another question I had is, I think actually you will be able to see what you're proposing for the blue slate definition around the two sides of the front yard from the street, from the sidewalk. Slides 11 and 15 kind of illustrate that. But the other question I had, I guess, is there any other house that you can think of or know of in the Dilworth neighborhood that has that formality treatment in the front lawn?
I haven't looked for the formality per se, but I definitely have not looked for the bluestone treatment. It's something that's sort of a signature that we do in our firm, and I think there's historic precedent in other places, but I don't know if there's any of that in Dilworth proper.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Walker is right. Like walking down the sidewalk, you will see the bluestone. But I also had a question for number 3. Is there a reason why, like one, can't remember the standard now, on replacing like for like material? Is there a reason why you want to replace the brick for bluestone?
I think they're looking for some continuity between those two spaces, that space and the other space. That said, we do have that brick that you just pointed out with the cursor would remain. That was yet another outdoor space that they have, so that would remain brick for the foreseeable future. They voiced no present desire to change that.
So the slide that's up 19, the front, the desire to change that is to match the proposal for the second.
Well, I think it's that, and just aesthetically, they prefer the look of the bluestone.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheat?
Just actually adding to Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Bell, I think this will come up in deliberations, so wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to it. Our design standards 8.4, number 10, it clearly states that bluestone may be used in areas not visible from the street. So if you could speak to the visibility of these areas, the front yard, I think, probably is visible, although I know you said maybe because it is up, but particularly the side area, the one we were just looking at. Yeah, where the steps and the 15. Yeah, thank you. Or was the one?
I think it was
Where
15.
the steps were. Which one was it?
I'm sorry, what slide are we looking at? I think that this is the existing conditions on the north side.
So I think it was the south side. I think it was the
South
south side. That one, yeah.
South side.
That's what I'm wondering is how visible is that from the street?
That part there,
Mm-hmm.
that's there's another slide showing that that's not visible at all from the street. That should be
11, if you go to 11 and zoom out.
yeah.
So
That's
it's
it.
right here on slide 8, and then we can go to 11. And so it's back behind this.
Okay, behind that. Thank you.
But the landscaping bluestone would be in these two areas on either side of the walkway, correct?
Yes, right
Yes,
here.
yes, up there on that plateau.
Okay.
And again, there is proposed a low hedge that will be about maintained at around 24 inches that will wrap that entire lawn to enclose it. That's another element that we're planning to introduce.
Okay. So what if that vegetation goes away? Will we be able to see the bluestone that's proposed on the side?
Well, that angle there was probably taken from the Google truck, which I don't know how tall that is. I don't think riding in your car you'll be able to see it well, but perhaps walking by, because it would. I think an average sized person would be able to see something sort of grazing the ground there in some sort of pattern if the landscaping was to go away. And for that matter, a future homeowner could decide to take out the bluestone because it's going to be on a very shallow mud bed footing that could easily be removed as well.
Well, I think the point, I think Commissioner Bell was mentioning, and I think she read the standard, bluestone being visible from the kind of public right of way is not something that we have approved.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more traditional materials. But I would be interested to see context for what is being proposed, even if a traditional material is being used. Where in the district are we pulling that from?
Is your question to me? And if so, are you saying where is this sort of outlining a lawn happened even with a brick material or such?
Yeah.
Well, I guess in a brick context, it would be considered a true landscape edging, which we've certainly done. Now, whether or not it's been done in Dilworth, I would have to do a pretty serious drive through and walk around to see if I could find anything like that. But so I can't speak to that.
Yeah, that's kind of what we as a commission would be considering. So definitely something to take a look into. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just had one more question. Is that a proposed sidewalk that comes down along the right side of the house and then cuts over?
No, that's a lawn.
I'm sorry?
That's a lawn, and it's going to be bordered with plantings.
No, right there,
Yes.
that's a lawn.
So as you see that the planting word there, how it yeah, all that area that is sort of that void space where the word planting is, that's all plantings. And then the lawn is that skinny strip there and the spot, the 2 panels in the middle. And then out on the street, of course.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
And I would say that if it, I understand the design standards, and that sounds like it could be a impediment to this part of the request, but I can certainly supply a landscape plan to staff should they want to see that.
Sounds good. All right, well, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. So commissioners, Commissioner Bell did confirm, and I think some of you, Commissioner Walker as well, when walking by, you will be able to see whatever materials are used on the front lawn. And of course, we have not approved bluestone in a front lawn where it's visible. So we know that's that. But what about the other areas where the changes are being proposed? The patios, yeah.
Absolutely fine with them.
Yeah, you really can't see them.
So is the like for like only on visible areas, like changing the brick to the bluestone?
Let's find that standard.
I was just like,
8.4, number 10.
8.4 what?
That's the one that talks about use hardscape materials that complement the historic structure. Bluestone may be used in areas not visible from the street.
Side yards are considered private realm.
Right, I was gonna say that's landscaping and lawns before we were looking at like walkways, so bit of a difference.
Are there any, can we ask Candace if there's any edging material that is allowed?
Staff doesn't typically approve like an edging material, but if we were to, it would be like a brick.
Thank you.
Sorry, Candace, if this came up and it was brick, would this be a staff approval?
Are you asking about the front lawn?
The front lawn, yeah.
No, staff would not approve that formal design of a landscape edging. That's partially why it's before the commission. It's because of the material and then the actual design of the front yard.
So if there were no edging and if it was just a mulched edge?
So in like small little spaces, like if it was just you're just edging like this planting like in the front of the house, let's say, we might approve something like that, but this is like a very formal landscape design and we wouldn't approve this.
Hmm.
You were
Because
just
of the
like
design?
edging. Right.
Okay.
Because it's very, this is a very like formal landscape design. We would, if this tree right here had some bushes around it and you wanted to put a little edging around it, we would do something like that. But this is a very thought out plan design, high style. We would not approve this because it's not necessarily seen in our district.
Okay.
Traditionally, and like part of the characteristic of the district.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I've still got questions on that. I'm sorry. So if somebody plants a South Florida palm tree garden out here that's very informal, is that?
We would approve things that are indigenous to Charlotte. So if somebody wants a South Florida palm, like we would first go to urban forestry to see if something like that would survive. And we would probably not really approve that because it's not on the approved trees list for Charlotte. And it is not necessarily characteristic to our districts. So I had somebody at one time ask me for an Alaskan spruce, and I had to tell him no. After discussing it with urban forestry, they said that would not survive here. So it was not on the list. Does that answer?
I didn't realize that we actually reviewed plants.
It's not really, we don't get into like major plants, but just things that are not characteristic to our districts.
So are they gonna have to submit a planting design to you for review?
Most applicants that are going for landscape features like this will typically submit a landscape design, and we would just check it to see that there's nothing that's out of the ordinary on the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to go back to the, I guess it's a walkway on,
South side.
yes, I don't know what, I'm trying to find the,
That
oh, it's in the, yes, that. So 8.22 says walks and walkways in front and side yards or those that are substantially visible from the street and new construction should follow the historic design patterns of the surrounding environment. So I'm just trying to understand if this, like, what we feel about this, because it is the side and it says or substantially visible.
I think you can go either way because I think what was said was this is not substantially visible. Right?
Yeah, I don't know if this is an interpretation of the standard because it says walks and walkways in front and side yards or, so I don't know if it's like this or that, or if it like.
Well, I'm wondering too, like if a walkway means it goes to the street versus it's in your yard.
This is in the private realm, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
So because the public is not interacting with this, I think the case could be made and we could put it in our motion if we are in favor of this, why we are going down this path is because it's in the private realm. And that wouldn't set any precedents for anybody that had tried to put a bluestone walkway in the front of their house or something that was in the public realm. That would be addressed through making that distinction. All right. Any other thoughts, commissioners? Do we feel like we are able to float a motion? And I heard, and it's, if we need to break this up into two different parts, perhaps that's an approach that we take.
The approving part and denying, is that what you're saying?
Well,
Possibly.
possibly. What I'm saying is, from what I heard, the front yard, it has features or the proposed plan isn't something that we have approved before, but there are things in the private realm that is acceptable. And so given that,
So we can do a motion to approve and then a motion to do whatever.
yeah,
Okay, I'll float a motion.
okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve a portion of this project or just approve the following in
Yeah.
this project, right? I would like to make a motion to approve the following portions of this project. Those being the removal and replacement of both the north side and south side patios with bluestone. This approval is based on the fact that these are in the private realm, not visible to the public. In addition, the tree that borders the north patio should have a tree protection plan of some sort. And I will refer to 8.4, number 10 for those approvals.
And 8.5.
8.5?
For the tree protection plan.
Oh, okay, 8.5, 8.5, number 7 for the tree protection plan. And that's my motion.
Okay. We have a part one motion to, by Commissioner Walker. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wheat. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve part one passes 6-0. And then part two?
Part 2, I would like to offer a motion to deny the applicant's request for an angular border around the front lawn of this property based on landscaping.
8.4,
Yeah, 8.4,
number 10.
number 10.
Okay. Do we have a motion made by Commissioner Walker? Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny part 2 passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the commission by chance get an opportunity to read any of the minutes?
I did. I make a motion to approve the March 13th minutes.
We have a motion to approve March 13th minutes. Do you have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If not, this meeting is adjourned at 7:00 p.m. Thank you.
She's feeling good.